Hello again everybody, welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well. We've got a couple other things for me to set up today. You're caught a little bit short on time today. I've got a wild computer issue. Those of you looking to purchase a new computer, make sure you do not order a Corsair HX1200 PSU. Mine is on the verge of exploding, bizarrely enough. Flames and sparks coming out the back of it when we turn it on. Not obviously a good thing, but we're rolling the dice mega today with a flight to Kos in the Kuro 787-8, updated to work with the new AAU2 update in MSFS, and we're connected to the VATSIM Network today. There's David. I think he's filed as TUI, not Tomjet, hence why he's in a white 787. But here we are, stand 102 I think it is, and we are loading in the dirty Tango Uniform India, Mrs. Patmore Dreamliner. Quite dirty, isn't it? It's one of the liveries available on flightsim.to. Weirdly enough, even though the description is really confusing, it still supports click and drag, which is bizarre, so who knows. But it looks really good anyway. Certainly the faded blue, not so much the wing textures, they're a bit weird. David, yeah, I did ping you on I did ping you by on Discord to say you might want to change it to Tom instead of TUI. So our flight time today is going to be around 4 hours. Ah, Jack, you're the one that took my call sign. Brilliant. Hello to you. Night Shepherd, Rab, Zato, Maverick. Hello guys, Sam and Andy, David A, good morning, Rox, Ian, good evening, Carlito, hello, Badger, welcome, Doc, welcome to you as well, Thomas, howdy, and Justin, hello to you as well. Thomas saying, hey mate, I'm still slightly scared about the state of your PSU, as am I, but where I'm sat, providing I don't leave my PC, I will be able to see if there are flames coming out of it or not. We should be okay, touch wood, he says. I mean, it's been like it for a couple of weeks now. And we've been rolling the dice every time. But yeah, my Corsair PSU, folks. Bearing in mind, this is a brand new computer built by PC Specialist. PC is fantastic, but the PSU has suddenly gone faulty. So I have absolutely zero faith in Corsair PSUs now. And I've now ordered an MSI one instead, which should be delivered tomorrow. Unfortunately, it means... Yeah, you can refile, David, of course. It means that tomorrow's idea of flying to Gdansk is cancelled because effectively this PC is a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. 16 minutes to departure. Let's see what we can go. I mean, I have no idea how far we're going to get today, but we'll find out, I'm sure. Should be good. Nothing like living life on the edge. Jesus. Right, okay, charts. So, London Gatwick for our departure today, and in the pink, MIMFO 1 mic departure, which is this. Taking off, 26 left, runway 26 left, yeah, heading on 257 degrees, out to 2.3 DME, and then a right turn, max 220 knots between 1500 and 4000 feet. And then 3,200 to 4,000, max of 220 knots there.
I'm going to refile as Tom 490.
Acon at 5,000 for a restriction, and then MIMFO at 6,000 as well. Which is then on a radial of 278 outbound from Dover. So from MIMFO we're going to be heading to Dover's VOR there, and then heading over the coast to the UK, out of the UK rather, cross into Europe, heading over Coxey.
Ground, g'day, Osprey 80.
And then routing all the way across Europe, down the Adriatic coast. Really beautiful bit of scenery around there. Heading over Thessaloniki, then the Ionian Sea, passing north of Skiathos.
Requesting IFR clearance through to Kos.
Over Amiros, or Chios Airport, sorry, in on the islands, and then routing down towards Kos. We've got the Gaya Kos scenery installed today, but it's not amazing.
Cleared as far, runway 26 left.
It's not amazing at all. I purchased it for today's live stream, but there is a static removal mod that I've downloaded from flightsim.to which will allow us to have all the statics removed from the scenery, I think maybe except for 2, because Gaya, for some reason in their unwise wisdom, what's the opposite of wisdom? What's keeping it still fairly calm? But yeah, they've not put in a VATSIM friendly scenery effectively. Do you at least have a fire extinguisher nearby in case? Andy says no. The triangle of fire, you remove one of them, it should go out. So I figured if it does start to go wrong, I'm just going to kill the power. And then I have a glass of water. Yeah, it could be, Thomas, yeah. Right, where are we? You can tell a little part of me is worried about my PC today. So, I'm not as smooth as we like to be. So, flap 5 for takeoff. V speeds 133 for V1, rotating at 140. 154 for V2 plus 10.
Alpha by Lima, Papa and Alpha November EV3.
Like so. And we've got FMC pre-flight complete in here as well at the moment. So we've got thrust limits. Actually, we need to change this to 10 and climb profile 2. $135, 150, 160. There we go, that'll do. Let's clear that. And the routing for today then. Looking at the legs. MIMFO to Acorn, direct to MIMFO, Yankee 312 to Dover, UL9 to KONAN, then Foxy. We've got 5 pages of this. What I want to check though is any discontinuities in the departure, at least the first part of today's routing. Transition altitudes, that was on the MIMFO 1 mic charts, it's 6,000. Rightio, let's clear that, let's get clearance. We are on. We don't have an 80s. We have hotel earlier. Oh crikey, Harry, that's not good.
Under 60 kilos on the phone.
What's that sheer amount of noise?
60 kilo clear to destination.
Crikey, that Dreamliner's loud.
7501.
It's weird that we can hear it louder inside the aircraft. Crikey.
Is that correct? Upper station calling what? 182, good afternoon. Information India, getting a far clearance to Edinburgh. Runway 182, Gatwick, hello, flying west level should be even, able to accept level 320. 182, just with the set flight level 320. Runway 182, play to destination, Lambourne 6 mic departure, squawk 0.
Let's run the METAR command in the live chat. We'll see what we've got for the weather. We're just waiting for a gap here so we can get our clearance, but as is the case with VATSIM, certainly in Gatwick, everybody kind of dives in.
Almost correct, your squawk is 0231.
Yeah, Andy, I've got a few bits.
Project 9 Hotel Lima, radio check.
Lima, hello, visibility 5.
Roger, we can hear you, apologies about that. We're on stand 47 left is India, we are going 737-800, requesting our park to sum up, please.
We can't get in.
The thing is incorrect, it is 4 runway 08, right, I'll send you rating 46.
I mean, I can't hear a chuffing thing.
Are you able to amend us?
With the controller.
Yes, that one is not change report ready.
We're ready to copy Project 9 Hotel Lima.
Atlanta Lima, clear to destination, MIMFO 1 mic departure, squawk 7276.
Just turned him up. That AI is so loud. Outside it's not, which is weird. Hey, look, David's fixed. Gatwick ground, hello, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, stand 102, Boeing 787-8 with India, request clearance to Kos.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, Gatwick, hello, clear to destination, MIMFO 1 Mike, squawk 6022.
Cleared Kos, MIMFO 1 Mike, squawk 6022, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray.
See that correct? Speedbus 398, contact Pala 124225.
Right, so squawk 6022.
Tomjet 4262, request taxi.
Set.
Tomjet 4262, taxi holding point Alpha 326.
How are we doing on the GSX prep for the departure?
Taxi holding point Alpha 3 with my 265.
Fully complete, okay.
Alpha November, Tomjet 4262.
Whoop whoop, we can hear again.
1822, request.
So, pumps all on as required, APU starts. Morning, Ashton, welcome. Joey, hello as well.
182% of approved, getting east.
Let me turn this ATC back down again.
Request push stop. Speedbus 43 Charlie, push inside approved.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
We got the Lucair tool, lucairtool.net. There's some really nice freeware cabin announcements for TUI.
Osprey. Last station calling, confirm your call.
Couple of things with this as well, by the way, folks. Up here, now the emergency lights is toggleable along with a couple of other bits. APU gens are now on, APU's running. Let's check the system page. APU 100. Lovely.
Osprey 598. Question face east or?
Straight pushback.
Straight pushback. Osprey 598.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, request push start.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, stand by for pushback, there will be traffic behind you.
We'll go on position there for Echo X-ray.
Tomjet 4262, contact tower 1.
So 5,000, we've got a set runway heading as well, just letting the tower basically know that we're ready, or the ground controller, sorry, 257. Somebody was asking about a battery button earlier on, sorry, I just remembered right before the stream actually begun, somebody asked about it. I don't have that problem, to be honest. Battery on is working fine for me. One of the things I've noticed is you have to take your time clicking each item here. You can't just go click, click, click really fast.
Push start approved, Tomjet 9 Hotel Lima.
Gatwick ground, Osprey 8656, gate 21, requesting push and start.
So I think
656, push inside approved, facing
the louder there is preventing the pushback.
Osprey 8656.
From a distance, this livery looks really good, doesn't it? In comparison to that pure, clean version, that faded look, as is the case in real life on this particular aircraft. Matthew from flightsim.to, the Kuro 787, but you need the 787-10 for it. So you need Premium Deluxe Edition, effectively. What have we got then? Engine shutdown, fuel pressure, engine left and right wing engine anti-ice off. We've popped the wing anti-ice onto automatic for now. Andy Glaw, welcome. What have we got?
9182, what will be our initial climb altitude?
Sathira, hello. MG King, yes. So Kuro 787-8 was actually already available prior. Prior to AAU2, but it ended up not being particularly compatible, so they've reworked it a fair bit. They've remodeled the engine quite nicely as well, so it's got its own animations which do look really good.
China 182, request taxi. China 182, taxi calling point Alpha 326 left via Papa Alpha.
Gary, welcome. Very good, thanks.
China 182, taxi to
we'll make the most out of today because the next stream is likely to be Saturday, providing I can get my new PSU, I can get it swapped out.
Speedbus 43 Charlie, taxi, calling point Alpha 226 left via Kilo Papa.
Don't need the caps. Origami Studios, Gatwick. We've not really enjoyed this very much recently, but it is really nice. As push start approved east, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray.
This parking
East, wasn't it? Yeah. Cool. So with that in mind, let's go beacon lights on. Packs are on auto anyway. This is a very clever aircraft. We don't need to worry about holding a lot of other stuff. By the way, this is the first time flying live with my new Honeycomb Bravo throttle system and the Thrustmaster Boeing TCA, which I'm a little bit mixed about, actually, to be honest. I think the plastic is exceptionally cheap from Thrustmaster. I'll break off. But the pendular system on the Boeing yoke makes things very different. So I'm still getting used to it. It's wildly different, in fact, to what we're used to. Okay, so we can start both at the same time if we want to, because the Dreamliner is pretty intelligent with electric starters instead of bleed air. And also we can just look down here and whack the fuel control lever straight to run and auto start. It illuminates and preps. So as the N2 reaches about 20%, you will find that the start will begin itself.
And ground Tomjet 9 Hotel Lima, request taxi.
Got the FT Simpler SAM pack installed as well.
Roger.
9182, I'm not sure I'm able to make this turn to Papa. Is there any alternative way?
There we go. Well, that's cracking on.
Negative, you can use.
We can also start with the right engine as well. Daniel says my APU won't start. If you've still got the heavy division mod installed, then you basically have to follow the FAQs in the Kuro flightsim.to page, otherwise it won't work. So things like the heavy division mod are now no longer compatible with it. There we go, that's now shown running.
Set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Mel nav VNAV, that's all set. Flight directors are on, order brakes on RTO. What the choffineck? Flaps 5. The Honeycomb Bravo, by the way, is just exquisite. Really nice. Fair bit of setting up required, but I've been blown away by how good that is. Elk chocolate, very cool. Yeah, Daniel, drop the caps. Bar brake set, doors auto, APU running, auto brake RTO. Engine 1 and 2 look good. Let's get the APU off, and we can get our taxi charts ready to go. Yeah, the price for the Boeing yoke I don't think is worth it, to be honest. It's very expensive for how cheap it feels. The only good thing is the uniqueness of the pendular system, which is quite nice, but it is very different to what I'm used to.
Osprey 598, request taxi.
Osprey 598, taxi calling point Mike 126 left via Mike.
We go to the flight control page. There we go, FCTL. Now we're going to go full right on the aileron with the yoke. Back to neutral. No, Boeing TCA CT90. I bought a new Boeing yoke. All the way back on the elevators. All the way forwards. I've just realised I want to check trim 575.
Visibility 5.
Got to change this. So 575 in magenta.
383 is Taipei 330, 300 at stand 37, requesting IFR clearance to Kos via the MIMFO 1 mic.
And I'm just going to do a little bit more wiggling. Certainly of the rudder, really important we do the rudder, because MSFS always does crazy stuff.
Ready for correct. To stand 37, pushing Sergio, please.
Pushing start approved, Virgin 383, many thanks.
Gatwick ground, Osprey 8656 ready for taxi.
Can't get in. I want a taxi. Engine left and right, anti-ice onto automatic. Next frequency is going to be Tower 124225.
Taxi to holding point Alpha 3, 26 left via Kilo November Alpha November for Osprey 8656.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, request taxi.
Standby. People for free Charlie, continue taxi behind the company aircraft in front.
So let's get the
holding
safety
point
demonstration
Alpha
started.
226 left via Kilo, Papa, Alpha Sierra. Alpha 2 via Kilo, Papa.
Start the holidays we mean to go on.
Get a ground up to Foxtrot Romeo.
Jeez.
Two stations at once, radar 1822, contact tower 124225, bye-bye.
Roger,
124, contact tower 124, 225, bye-bye.
And other station calling China 877, hello, taxi stand 144 via Juliet.
Get 144 and a taxi via Juliet, China 787.
Project 602, it is a taxi. Hold standby. Standard 4 Echo X-ray taxi calling Pent Alpha 3 to 6 left via Papa Alpha November, give away to company speedbird will be entering country Papa Frank Kilo.
Taxi hold point Alpha 3, runway 26 left by Lima, Papa and Alpha November, give way to the traffic ahead, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray.
Osprey 598, contact tower 124225, bye.
Grab a little screenshot of that because it's quite a nice little part. Okie doke. Lots of Dreamliners, my goodness. Brakes off. He didn't say give way to the EasyJet, did he? Little bit of throttle just to get us rolling. And we'll return back to idle. So there's the brakes. Give it a couple of pumps just to help reset MSFS's memory again. Luke Air to Sathira, always the same cabin announcement tool.
Gatwick ground, good afternoon, Osprey 7810 Golf 787-9, information November is aboard QNH 1012, requesting IFR clearance to Kos, please.
Follow your number to standby for your clearance. Break off, spray 8656, Papa 124225, bye-bye.
Follow the company traffic. I don't see any company traffic.
225 for Osprey 8656, g'day.
We've got PA.
Shuttle 1 Alpha stand for request station start. Shuttle 1 Alpha, patient service please. Just start please, Shuttle 1 Alpha. Successful free Charlie, contact tower 1.
Nice to have a high fidelity, well, yeah, not high fidelity, but almost a almost a high fidelity aircraft. Yeah, something about the TUI Dreamliner, as commentators saying there, saying that it's chef's kiss. There's something quite nice and unique about the TUI Dreamliner, isn't it?
And Gatwick ground, Osprey 2472 is ready for taxi.
Osprey 2472, taxi calling Pent Alpha 3 to 6 left.
I assume the white aeroplane over there is the company traffic.
Juliet, Papa and Alpha November.
Kos, by the way, we put in our Facebook post about the uniqueness of some of these operations that allow us to have a bit of fun in the Dreamliner. It's operated by TUI in the 787-8. This is a real route operated for it. B787-8, Thomas. That's the safety demonstration done.
Lima, Quebec, correction via Lima, Kilo Alpha, Kilo, November, Alpha November.
Yeah, so what it allows us to do, certainly through summer, is throw ourselves into some quite unique and fairly challenging approaches and airports in Europe with shorter routes, shorter journeys, so we don't have to then go, right, so I've got a 787-8, but...
124 Echo, X-ray contact tower 124225, goodbye.
124-225, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, thanks ATC, great. Yeah, without worrying about having to sit at your sim for 8 to 10 hours flying the Dreamliner. So that sounds like the APU is shutting down now. It goes through a cool down period first. Logo wings not required, taxi lights are on still. Alpha November's for the left turn now. With this, we're a longer aircraft, don't forget, so if I...
Runway 1822, runway
There we go.
270 degrees 1 for knots, clear for takeoff.
Runway 1822, clear for takeoff.
If you turn for the nose wheel, then that happens. You end up actually cutting the corner. So you don't want to do that. You want to steer your nose wheel over past the yellow line and aim to keep the centre of the yellow line in between the main undercarriage.
Square 43 Charlie, Unicom 122, by the way.
Thank you very much. See you.
Cheers, mate.
Gatwick Tower, hello, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, Alpha November for Alpha 3, ready to go in turn.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, hello, right turn, hold Alpha 1.
Right turn, hold Alpha 1, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. Let's get that set on. We'll pop traffic mode on and the weather radar as well. We'll go for right turn, Alpha 1 now. Alpha 3. Alpha 1 is this hold point.
Gatwick Tower, Lufthansa 164 Heavy with you following the ILS approach from runway 2.
Not sure what aircraft that's meant to be.
Aircraft A310 and I am at the waypoint
A330 of some kind.
Alpha Yankee and have information
Bar brake set
board.
at the hold.
Coming wants to establish 265. Runway 1822, Unicom 122, by the way.
128 is pre-armed and ready. That's all set. We've double checked that and we've briefed for the departure.
Yeah, so good afternoon. Tomjet 60 Kilo on Alpha November, Alpha 3.
Tomjet 60 Kilo, hello. Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, behind the departing A330, head by Alpha 1, line up 26 left bay.
After the departing A330, line up and wait 26 left behind, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. No fire, that's good. I shouldn't joke, it is worrying. Okay, let's pop taxi lights off. In fact, we can leave them on this, I think.
138.656, runway 26 left, winds 270 degrees 1 for knots.
Oh, it's Ian, I think, in the A330.
Runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
It is. Whoop whoop.
Tomjet 60 Kilo, behind the departing company 787 ahead via.
Remind me in the cruise, folks, to work out why model matching for the A330 isn't working for us today.
The Alpha 1, 36 West, Tomjet 60 Kilo.
Off he goes. Lights. Signs. Quick check of the overhead panel. And we're going to begin to line up.
Gatwick Tower, Lufthansa 164 Heavy has established ILS runway 26 left.
Lufthansa 164, hello, continue approach.
So we might have to help them out a little bit. Let's get auto throttle arms.
Tomjet 60 Kilo, line up, clearance cancelled, hold Alpha 1.
Is that for a 4 Echo X-ray?
Negative, you can line up, sir. It's the aircraft behind.
Okay.
Hold Alpha 1, Tomjet 60 Kilo.
Want to make sure that that wasn't for us by accident, because there was one on final approach here. So we're going to be taking off literally as that Lufthansa is getting cleared to land. Late landing clearance for him, no doubt. Keeping it wide on the turn. Nose wheel almost, well, the tip of the nose rather, almost heading over towards the white line on the other side of the runway.
8656 airborne runway 26 left, climbing to 5000.
Osprey 8656, what's up?
Make sure we've got.
Hello, Shuttle 1 for Alpha, hold Mike 1, ready for departure.
Shuttle 1 for Alpha, hello.
Everything ready. And we'll hold her on the brakes. That's the wrong button. Still getting used to all my different keybinds on the Boeing yoke. Very different to what I had set up previously. Look at this. Got an A321 Neo as well.
26 left, winds 270 degrees 1 knots, clear for takeoff.
26 left, clear for takeoff. Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. Auto thrust is good. Let's get control visualizer. Throttle to 40. We'll get the nose forward a little bit. Engines look good, stable. Toga. Speed to life. Wind straight down the runway. 80 knots. Rotate. The throttle yoke, oh sorry, the Boeing yoke feels so heavy in comparison to what we're used to. Positive rate, gear up. You're feeling the weight of the aircraft, it's quite incredible.
Clear
to land, runway 26 left, systems 164 heavy.
Rapid climb.
Also 8656, contact director 126825, bye bye.
Over to 126825, Osprey 8656, good day.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, director 126825, goodbye.
106825, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, thanks ATC, good day.
Bye.
126825, 126825, 126825.
Tomjet 60 Kilo, bended next landing, Lufthansa AC10 via Alpha 1 line up to 6.
Switching across, looking at everything here, all the brakes off, we can pop the runway turn off lights off as well, and the taxi lights off, why not? And we're airborne, folks. Oh yes, let's change the auto bank collar to 25. Gatwick Director, good afternoon. Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray is airborne 3500, MIMFO 1 mic.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray Gatwick Director, good afternoon, climb flight level 80.
Climb flight level 80, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. So, climb flight level 80. We may as well go to 220 knots. And flight level change.
Flight level 8000 up to flight level.
And we'll prep 1228 as well.
0.
Vertical speed mode. We don't want it that high.
Good afternoon. Stop your climb, flight level 180. You can redirect over. Stop climb and climb to 180 Osprey 8656.
Round we go.
Stop climb, flight level 180. There's just a couple of Heathrow inbounds I'm not talking to. Should stay out of the way, but I'll let you know. Wilco, stop climb 180 Osprey 8656.
Looking good. Through standard pressure.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, turn right heading 110 degrees.
Right, 110 degrees, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. On above. 110. Level off that
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, climb flight level 180.
Climb flight level 180, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. 110 heading select mode, 180 is set. And we'll maintain back to 17. Max 250 now. Oh look, we're getting a fly past over the airfield, how epic. And we've cleaned the flaps up. Joris says, how do you set the toga button? Is there any button for it? It depends on what you've got really for keybinds and things like that. So I've got a, on the Honeycomb Bravo, there's a little red toga button that I've got set and configured for that purpose. So certainly good for the Boeings. It's like actually pressing the button on the throttle. There's some of the folks, there's one down on the runway below actually, just airborne, look at that. What a flyby. The coolest vectors yet, I think. Grab a couple of screen grabs. Zoom, zoom. London Gatwick from above. Very cool. There's the bridge. Lots still in the queue taxiing. Well, we've got through 10,000, so 1, 2 and 3. We'll pop them off, but actually stick them on auto. And we'll accelerate. We'll go for 280 knots.
Osprey 86.
We'll settle into a proper climb.
390. Up to 390 for Osprey 8656.
Yeah, a little bit of a handful for us.
Tower Director, good afternoon, 260 Kiwi with you 4000, MIMFO on Mike departure.
Tom Jet 60 Kilo, Gatwick Director, good afternoon, climb flight level 90.
90, 260
Heading versus track mode works. Explosive, good question, I'm not sure about SimBrief integration, buddy.
And what do you think?
Luke Airtool. American cabin announcements for TUI. Triggers me a little bit. Okay, what have we got? Flaps up, climbing away, just gently accelerating to 280, probably go to 285. Thomas, PC's doing alright to be fair. Rocks.
Jet 4 Echo X-ray, you can climb unrestricted, flight level 410.
Unrestricted flight level 410, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. Let's allow the auto thrust to do its thing. Still on vectors. At some point we can anticipate getting a direct Dover. We've been routed away off the off the SID, sorry. The separation.
There
we go. Direct Dover, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. So for a direct 2 in this, it's like a live tutorial. We can select it like the 737, add it in at the top, execute, confirm it's in, LNAV. And we'll follow the heading bug with it. There we go. We got 410 for unrestricted climb, so we'll keep it going. 410, we'll press the button.
Kilo climb, flight level 1, correction, 410.
And we'll go to VNAV mode. So the VNAV's now got it through to the climb. Do you use the switch on the PSU to turn your PC on, Luke? Rab's asking. Yeah, so powering off, it will be PC off, PSU physical switch off, and then the wall plug off. Turning it back on again, usually I'll go plug, PSU on switch, then the on button on the PC. But because it's been, the PSU's been sparking now every time I press the on switch on it, or even when we're just at any time there's power going into it now, it seems. I usually leave it for about 5 minutes to dissipate any surge in power before I actually turn the computer on. It's very broken, isn't it? Rab says he never touches the switch on my PSU. So weirdly enough, online a lot of there's been a few people having the same problem with the same PSU, the Corsair fully modular HX 1200 PSU, Platinum 80 plus. Quite a few saying the same thing. Now, what's interesting is the fact that some of the advice from people that have responded to some others reporting a similar behaviour with this PSU that I've now got a problem with as well. The response is never turn your PC off, which I find bizarre. But yeah, do not buy a Corsair HX 1200 PSU. This one that's in my PC, it was installed and tested by PC Specialist, so it's brand new. It's been installed by professionals, so experts. It's not like I've done it myself. How old is it? 3 months? What a load of rubbish. Corsair power units. House fires waiting to happen. So what I've now done instead is I've bought an MSI PSU
hello, shuttle 1
instead.
First come through, altitude 2,500, 4,000,
Paul, interesting, saying he's also got similar issues with his Corsair HX 1000.
Climb flight level 180, shuttle 1 Alpha.
Well, yeah, if it's not designed to be turned on and off, then it's clearly not fit for purpose, is it? Because you can't just leave your PC on 24/7, 365. Just ridiculous. If that's the advice from Corsair, then they can shove it. That's shocking advice. I did a slow-mo video. I put it for those of you in my in the club lounge in Discord. You'll see it there basically. Ryan as well. Look at that. Ryan as well had a Corsair 1000 watt 2 to 3 months old, packed up, complete power failure. Yeah, I think it's all the newer ones, to be honest. Ah, so that must be you, Justin, ahead of us there in that A330, right? Justin saying his PC is always on i9 MSI 3090, Corsair, Asmot Gold, PSU, no issues at all. Patrick's asking, are you a pilot in real life? No, I was training to become a PPL holder, ran out of cash. It's too expensive.
Subject 4 Echo X-ray, no further ATC available, monitor Unicom 122.8, good afternoon.
1228 for Tomjet for Echo X-ray, thanks for the ATC, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Love that, Gatwick giving us a bit of a show for our departure, and a little fly over the field as well, very nice. Yeah, see, I always thought Corsair was a particularly expensive brand, or yeah, a reliable, trustworthy brand with a good reputation, good testing process, all the rest of it. But yeah, I don't think I will ever trust Corsair again, to be honest. Interesting. So, where was the comment earlier on about their Corsair CPU pack, PSU packed up? Where is it? Ryan, yeah, so saying his packed up complete power failure. Did it actually damage or cause big problems with your computer? Or were you did it pack up and thankfully everything else was safe? This is the updated 787. The clue's in the title. Plane spot in Northwest. Kuro 787-V2. It's version 2. Recently updated to work with AAU2. Let's see how we're getting. We're halfway into climb now. We've got nav and logo, strobes on, nose lights, runway lights, taxi lights are all off. Packs are all on automatic anyway. That's all good. Computer's off as well. Yeah, I mean, that video, Rab, very tempted to stick it on as a YouTube short so everyone can see what's happening with my PSU as a YouTube short, effectively. It might trigger a bit of a response from them. PC Specialist have been very good, though, I have to say. They're the folks that built the PC for me when I ordered it. What they're doing is sending me out via a same-day courier on Friday a replacement Corsair PSU, but I don't want to install it because of how bad this one is that's installed already. I'm not a PC builder, I don't really know what I'm doing, I'm not confident with it, but tomorrow when my MSI PSU comes, instead of streaming, which is what I was meant to do, instead I'm going to have to take apart this computer entirely to remove all of the leads and then try and put it all back together again somehow. Touch wood, I can do that all tomorrow, then on Friday I might be able to stream. That's the plan. David, he's doing well, bless him. He's doing well, but he doesn't think there's anything wrong. That's the problem. So, so I've ended up with a couple of issues. Look at that contrail. He's gone back to being quite reactive with people, bless him. That's really cool. That's, I think, Justin ahead of us there. Really nice. So I'm going to try and maybe fix his model matching issue there. And we've got the Aerosoft North Sea Pack underneath, with a load of ships heading out of Dover for Calais and all that sort of stuff. Contrail's now visible. Delivery, somebody was asking earlier on, it's available on flightsim.to. If you just search under the livery section, there's an option for Kuro 787. If you search TUI, you'll find this one, GTUII. But yeah, it's running Intellect very well. Patrick says take photos. Andy says make sure you have the diagram for the motherboard. Take careful note of what you pull out. I don't think I've got. Maybe it's in that big box that I've never touched. Most of the well-known PC brands don't make their own PSUs. I think the Corsair HX series are made by CWT, which I think is the newest partnership as Seasonic used to make them. Ah, well, they've just created an absolute train wreck of a system. Got one ahead. We're actually about to enter their contrails. Look at that. Never mix the cables. Yeah, so that's why I've kind of gone into getting this other one instead. Because I don't trust the cables are safe either. Either the PSU's wrecked, or the PSU's wrecked and perhaps the cables have been compromised because of the power sparking and things like that. So I'm going to rip it all out and I'm going to put brand new cables in with an entirely different PSU from MSI instead. I'm going to dive into my Osprey model matching. Liveries. I don't get it. Unless, Justin, have you logged in on VATSIM as an A330 instead of an A339? Oh no, Osprey 8656 A339. Well, I don't get that. Well, now I need to check my other model matching files. Thomas, did you find out what you were trying to find out with my setup earlier on? I don't know what that was, but hopefully you did. Nice folder. Osprey liveries. Where is it? Headwind A330 Osprey. That's the BABEG. A339. Well, I don't really understand then. No, it's not having it. VBX 8656, interesting. So the Headwind A330 doesn't seem to want to work today with model matching. Very bizarre. Oh well. Jedi, quite a few actually. I've got, so firstly I've got FSLTL, which is really good, and I use their own VMR for that. Then I've also got AIG installed. So keep that heading bug in line. I've got AIG installed as well, with my own FSLTL for that. And then I've also got the Osprey VMR in relation to all of our channel call signs, all of our channel aircraft and liveries in the Osprey Airways fleet. Patrick's saying it even looks patchy like the actual TUI 787s do. Yeah, it's a really nice livery. I like the washed out blue. Good stuff, Thomas. Yeah, I think the one I've ordered is a 1300 now, so I've got a little bit more headroom for it. MPS is asking about cruise speeds. Mach 82, I think, at flight level 410. Let's find out. There you go, Mach 82 at flight level 410. Absolutely zooming along. Justin, it's looking pretty good, isn't it? If you're enjoying today's live stream, by the way, folks, make sure you hit like and subscribe as well if you are new to the channel. Paul, hopefully. TCAS is looking busy. I like with this, actually, you've got little directional arrows. You can see the direction of travel for the aircraft, as well as the height difference, and also whether they're climbing or descending. Really smart. But there's no TCAS alerts. There's no like traffic climb or anything like that. No biggie though. We got a couple of custom views that I've set up for this for today. Incredibly bright emissives on the beacon. A bit too bright, really, isn't it? Certainly in daylight, they don't bounce back like that. But yeah, I mean, unbelievably, we are almost passing to the south of Brussels. So we're well into Belgian airspace already, and we've only been airborne for a short while. It's so much faster than, say, like the A320. Impressive difference in speed. Channel, so there is a default TUI livery that's included, along with a couple of other liveries as well, but this one is a freeware livery that's been developed on flightsim.to for people to download and use instead, and it's designed to show the proper kind of wear and tear on the aeroplane, so you get the patchiness of the wings. That's the only bit I don't like about this livery, to be honest. I think it's really low resolution and a bit nasty looking. I think they could have done a bit more of a better job neatening that up, perhaps. But the rest of it, certainly, like I mentioned earlier on, the blue, the fades, looking incredible. Look at that. All the way down to dirty rivet joints, little bits of oil marks and things like that. It's a very good livery. Little bits of feedback though, saying that the wing flex, I've read from some of the community giving feedback about the Kuro 787. They've said that the wing flex is a little bit too extreme for this, but somebody said that you can change that by going into the aircraft files, finding a figure called flex scaler or something like that, and changing it to 0.7 instead of 0.97, sorry, instead of 1.0, and it will just take a little bit of wing flex out for you, so it's not so, at least that wing sweep and the Dreamliner there isn't so extreme. But I don't think it's that bad. Great weather effect though. Sean Duff says, I take it this update solves the slight sort of rocking motion I found on the 787 prior to the update, where it would drift just a little from the line, then turn every so often to get back on the line. So I've only done short flights with this in a bit of tests, but so far, bearing in mind we are flying in a straight line, look, zipping the range ring into 1 mile, we're pretty much bang on the line. The biggest kind of thing actually is bank angle limiter. So I've talked about it a lot already. If you leave it an auto, then certainly in heading mode it'll end up over banking past 30 degrees, which you don't want. So certainly in cruise, turn the bank limiter down to 10 or 15, and then further down into the descent you want to whack it up to 1 before the top limit. So at the minute it's showing max bank limit there. You can set it onto 30 or 25, whatever you think is necessary. I just go all the way around to the other side, away from auto, and then 1 notch in, and then in cruise I'll drop it in a couple. So our next waypoint, KOMOM, we're going to do a little fuel check there just to see how the fuel burn is. And looking at our SimBrief OFP, It reckons we should have 17.3 tons of fuel on board. Currently we've got 18.2 tons. So that suggests like we're going to be a fair bit over again. Nice. Mrs. Patmore from Downton Abbey. I did not know that. To be honest, I'd wondered who Mrs. Patmore was as well. Slight offset for whoever that one is. They're over there. Let's have a look at Volanta. Ite the Pro says, I noticed I was rendered on your stream as a louder for some weird reason. I don't really know, to be honest. I think maybe were you using a Ryanair call sign? It might be just... in fact, were you a Ryanair A320? Because if you were, then it would have shown you as a louder A320. It's kind of set up that way. What have we got? MPS, Osprey 598, there we go, 737-900. We're going to overtake him easy. Zoom, zoom. We've then got Jack, Tomjet 4262 and a 787 there. Off to Kos ahead of us. Completely different route as well. If you guys are flying along and you want to know what route we're using, have a look in our Discord server, go to the live stream section, and there you will find the route that we're using. So then you can kind of copy along and follow us without worrying about using an entirely different route. Badger, Tomjet 919, SimBrief often generates a different flight plan route as well, by the way. Justin, there he is. La-la. That's what he should be displayed as, the Headwind A330 Neo. Really nice. Oh no. Stansted. Okay, and then there's us over Brussels Charleroi at the moment. Tomjet 60 Kilo. Another 787-8. Followed by Tomjet 9 Hotel Lima. He's off to Samos though, not following us. Different pilot, going elsewhere by the looks of it. A320neo, easy A3 Charlie uniform, off to Kos with us. He's just airborne on the departure, and then we've also got Tomjet 724, another 787-8. Love it, we've got loads of 787s. We haven't got enough room. Tomjet 490, David, he's airborne. Looking good. With some screenshots. Gatwick's certainly very busy. Always busy on the VATSIM network, isn't it? Zato, Osprey 78 Tango Golf 789. Lovely. Wish we had one of those in MSFS. That would be good. Who else have we got? Palmer. Osprey 755 is yet to take off. Osprey 932 flights from Gamer UK there as well in the A320. Looking good. And sort out some of those. These are our screenshots that we've taken so far. As always, we'll pick a few. We'll pop them onto I'll pop them onto Instagram and all that sort of stuff as well. We'll pick some. Get Volanta off. Doc says, I think it costs only one stand for a big aeroplane. I think you're right. All the others are for small aircraft. Yeah, we're absolutely going to fill up Kos, most definitely. Sartis says if only Quality Wings ported their 787, but the real question is, who is Quality Wings? Where is Quality Wings? They're pretty much non-existent, aren't they? Like long gone, sadly. Justin saying, how good is Navigraph with weather now incorporated into it? Doc's saying we're going to have to clip our wings. No 787-8 for us today, unfortunately. Yeah, I've not really explored the weather element to Navigraph yet. There we are. Weather overlay. Ooh. A little bit of weather below us. Possibly some turbulence. That looks probably like the Alps, doesn't it, to be honest? I would imagine down there somewhere we've got Innsbruck, Echo Delta November Hotel. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there's Innsbruck there. So yeah, as we cross into the Alps, past Augsburg, then we can expect a little bit of turbulence perhaps. Although this is more ground level, I think, than anything else. Let's go into turbulence charts. Oh look! It's a lot around Scandinavia, my goodness. Should be fairly smooth. A little bit over KOGAT waypoint for us to think about, but beyond that actually it's not showing any turbulence at all. What else have we got? Goodness me, there's loads. Some jet streams, wind barbs. Love a bit of barbs. Not bad. Something worth exploring, that's for sure. Stand 2, 10 and 1 MPS Gaming says. Good to know. I'm just going to click through some of these other cabin announcements with the Luke Air Tool to see if we have any more for TUI for descent and landing, but they're probably American as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your comfort and safety.
American and American. Well, that's annoying. So there's only a TUI safety demonstration. Jakob, hello. Do you feel any difference in flight model between the 787-10 and the -8? Haven't tried the -8 yet, so I'd love to know your opinion. I think it does feel different. I mean, it's freeware as well, so if you've got the -10, you can try the -8 without any issues. You don't have to install the custom sound packs either, which are payware, FT Sim Plus sounds. You don't have to, it would just use the default 787-10 sounds instead if you don't install any. Crikey, that wing sweep is insane. Now I see what people mean. Yeah, give it a go, Jakob. You might really like it. It can do everything else that the -10 can do. Secondary flight plans, immediate diversions. Those of you who didn't see the review video I did a few weeks ago, but it gives you more options, as we mentioned as well, and I spoke about it in my review and update video the other day. One of the big things here is the fact that the -8 can do routes like the one that we're doing today. So TUI operate it to various airports in Europe. In fact, let me Google it, because there was a whole list that I'd found earlier on. TUI 787-8. Okay, so for the summer season of 2023, the one that we're in now, you will find this Boeing 787-8 from TUI UK, or TUI Airways, on the following routes: Birmingham to Antalya, Birmingham to Malaga, Glasgow Antalya, Gatwick Antalya, Gatwick Dalaman, Gatwick to Kos, the one we're doing today, Manchester to Antalya, and Manchester to Rhodes on the -8. Which is really cool. For those of you with X-Plane, they also operate the -9 from Birmingham to Antalya, Birmingham to Dalaman, Gatwick to Antalya, Gatwick to Dalaman, Manchester to Heraklion, Manchester to Larnaca, Manchester to Palma, and Manchester to Tenerife South. And that's from Aero Routes. But you could in theory use those -9 routes for this -8, couldn't you? Really, it's not a massive amount of difference, really. Justin, we spoke about it earlier on. I think you haven't copied the route from Discord, have you? You just generated one on SimBrief. Willie, hello, welcome. Lovely. How was Kefalonia? Jet 2, and how was Jet 2 actually as well with a 738? Yeah, Jakob, give it a go. Let us know how you feel about it as well yourself, because you know, my opinion's just as important as yours as well, and everyone else watching. What I enjoy, you might not, and vice versa. So yeah, simming is very subjective. What I really like, you might not as much. Look at that flapper on there. Whoa. Look at that. Sorting itself out in the turn. Love that. Very swish. Let's see what the LNAV's doing. Over waypoint Dick. Oh, wow, so immature. Dikush, VOR 114.4 for the frequency. 3-letter identifier for Dikush is Delta India Kilo. Justin, nice. So for those of you who fly Osprey Airways, we've added a couple of, we've added 3 Boeing 787-8s to our Osprey fleet. Tapsi's working on 2 liveries, which I think are going to be part of the same pack. I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully there will be. But effectively there's going to be a mainline Osprey Airways livery for the 787-10, but then also a retrojet special. No idea what it's going to look like. Tapsi's working away at it. Going to be interesting. Looking forward to seeing it. And we've put the 787-8 onto a whole load of different short-haul routes and some long-haul routes as well, to give you guys who fly for Osprey the best of both worlds. Some of them include little hops between Manchester and Heathrow. I might do Manchester to Gatwick as well, so that we can ferry the Dreamliners around across the UK. Aidan says, have I done any RNAV approaches in the 787 yet? How does the plane behave? Good question. Not yet. We're doing one today. I'm trying to remember how on earth RNAV approaches are meant to work in the Dreamliner, to be honest. But we are planning the RNAV runway 32 into Kos. No, Sam, a retrojet and then a normal mainline one, I think. My TCAS is showing all off for David. No, mine's on. So, press traffic to illuminate it, but also make sure that you've spun your transponder to TARA as well, or TA only as well, that could work. For those of you flying along with the 787-8, what do you guys think of it as well? I know there's a couple flying the same route today on VATSIM with the same aircraft. Carlita says, any more One World Osprey liveries in the future? We've got one, it's on an A320, but we've kind of left it at that really. It didn't prove that popular, to be fair. Big PSU fire check. No, all good. (117) for heading. We've still got a fair bit of power to play with as well. I mean, we can rack this up to probably Mach decimal 8, 9 quite comfortably, and it will be up here somewhere. The thing is, if we do that, we're going to leave everyone else behind. pretty bad, isn't it, when you think about TUI's maintenance schedule? They just put a load of gaffer tape on the wing and go, that'll do. I know it's engineering tape, as they will tell you, but the passengers in the back might not necessarily know that is fine. They'll just see tape on the wings and think, bloody hell, they've stuck gaffer tape on the wings. Aidan flew the Dash 8 yesterday from Mallorca to Manchester. If I had a tail strike on takeoff, and I had a tail strike on takeoff because the nose lid wheel lifted by itself. Interesting. Ian saying that it looks like the 787 is much faster than the A330neos. What's the cruise speed of an A330-900? Mach 8.5? Is that probably the maximum that it could get to? I know Airbus typically are a bit slower, aren't they, at times? Sam, done quite a few flights with it. Very impressed with this Kuro version 2 787 so far. With how far it's come in the sim. Not quite quality wings level, of course. It's not far off in his opinion there. Jack's saying that he thinks the 787 is decent as well. It could be better with an EFB. All buttons operative and functional. Overall, moderate improvement for the avionics update 2 for him. We've got this weird obsession in the flight sim world of EFBs. Not all airlines use them. Some of them do, some of them don't. It doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better, remember that. So yeah, PMDG get a lot of heat for not having their tablet released yet, but it doesn't change the way the aeroplane flies. So for me, if an EFB arrives, that's an extra bonus. I'm not bothered about it, really not bothered about it. Same with this. I can't imagine this will ever have an EFB, to be honest. Although, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll surprise us. Kuro. Yeah, I think that's where the obsession goes, Willie. It's time management is probably the way I'll describe it. People just want to click a button and load it all into the FMC. But there are elements to actually programming the FMS. Like today with this, it doesn't have any SimBrief integration. I sat for 15 minutes putting in the flight plan. Weirdly enough, quite enjoyable. Because I don't even do that in the PMTG 737 very much. I just import the route file in and load it as a company route. But with this, you have to pop it all in airway by airway, waypoint by waypoint, which is quite nice. It does make you have to remember how to do it as well. Carlita says, don't forget to change RMP from 400 to 125 for the RNAV approach, Mach 8.3 for the A330 cruise. Katie Pilot, yeah, is working on a standalone tablet. I was hoping to work out ways to put stuff about Osprey into that tablet, but I think it's going to be a little bit beyond me, to be honest. I mean, what would be good in real life, sorry, not in real life, but in comparable to real life, what would be really good and quite impressive is if a developer was able to create an ACARS function where the ATC could send you your route and it would feed automatically into the FMS via ACARS. Because I know that can happen with some aeroplanes, it is really impressive. If they could put that into the flight sim world, imagine that link between the VATSIM controller and us as the pilots. You'd call it for our clearance and they need to change our flight plan for whatever reason, but they could just do it for us, click a button and it would automatically update it into the FMS. That would be mind-blowingly good. Whether that will happen or not, I doubt. Wasp's flying Dubai to Edinburgh. Not Dubai, sorry, Doha to Edinburgh. Flying A330-800. Back 81 in cruise. A339 rather. Justin says I'll be taking 1 week off from work when the A380X is released due to the long haul sleep deprivation. Whoa. I think you've got a year to plan for that at least. Right, Carlito's point earlier on in the live chat, just scrolling up, saying don't forget to change the RMP from 400 to 125 for the RNAV approach. Now where would I change that? It's showing 2 at the moment. But does it need to be 1.25 slash? Is that what you mean? Oh, prog page 3. Prog page 4, sorry. Oh, there. Vertical RMP. That's the one, isn't it? Make sure that matches what you said earlier on. I'm scrolling. 400 to 125. There we go. Look at that. So, Carlito, what does that do then? Because I can't remember off the top of my head. I've just changed the vertical RMP limits to 125. Paul, I haven't tried the 747-8 yet, to be honest. I think because this one was quite exciting as a freeware mod off the Dash 10, the Dreamliner Dash 10, I think it just created a little bit more excitement in my mind about what this can do as a package in itself. But yeah, I need to have a little look at the more modern version of the Queen of the Skies for sure. Jack's asking about the DFD A350. Yeah, I was watching the live stream with the news announcement last week, but in a whole year, realistically, bearing in mind it's all renders and flashy lights and weird colours, it masked actually a lot of the model of the aeroplane. Even some of the other elements of what they were showing weren't actually in the sim, so elements of the cabin and things like that. So for me, in a year they haven't quite made the amount of progress I would have expected them to have made, and with that in mind I wouldn't expect the A350 until at least the middle of 2024. I think we got a minimum of 12 months left for that A350. Sam, they're making an A300 600F. Mo, all you've got to do with the FT Sim Plus stuff, the sounds for this aircraft specifically, you just need to follow. Oh, look at that. Where'd he go? You just need to follow the instructions in the installer. Don't know where he's gone. So basically you will take the file that you've downloaded from FT Sim, put it into whatever folder you want to put it into. It could be anywhere in your PC. In your community folder, you can put it into a sound pack folder if you wish. And then in the Kuro installer, you'll get through the setup tabs and it'll ask you, do you wish to install a custom pack? And then you click to install the General Electric sound pack first. Click that one, route the path to that folder, and then do the Rolls-Royce one as well. And then you will be sorted. So then you click next and you carry on with the installer, but it's all done via the Kuro installer. Justin says flying over Frankfurt and seeing the detail is amazing. Beyond ATC, a couple of questions about that. It does look really good. I think it'd be good as a training platform for VATSIM. Certainly those of you who want to get used to VATSIM, maybe, for the first time. It might be a nice step away from no ATC all the way to kind of preparing yourself for a journey on VATSIM for the first time. But I do think the way that the speech recognition works is a little stilted. I don't think it's as smooth as it could be. Who knows? It does look good. Certainly a useful product for people who don't fly online on networks like VATSIM. And it's night and day in comparison to that default ATC, and my goodness, is that bad. Do I think the sound packs are worth it, Ian? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. My biggest bit of advice is try the default sounds in the Dash 10. And if you're happy with that, then you don't need to buy any sound packs. Justin says, you've mentioned that you're not a fan of FS Realistic. Why not? I love the immersion. So, when it first was released, it was quite exciting because it was something new. It offered us the head bob. At the time, a lot of people in the community were basically saying that during touchdown there wasn't any simulation of kind of the aircraft touching down and that weight being transferred onto the ground, that little bit of a head bob and things like that that you get on an aeroplane. So FS Realistic kind of responded to that with releasing their product for MSFS, and one of the big things, one of the big features was head bobbing, turbulence effects and things like that. But as I sort of began to use it more frequently, and this is going back a year and a bit now, I found that I was turning most of the settings off, or almost off. And then I thought, well, hold on, if I'm flying airliners all the time, and FS Realistic is supposed to increase the realism given to me, why am I having to turn most of it off to get that realistic feeling? And then the penny dropped and I thought, well, this product's entirely pointless then. I don't need it. It doesn't offer me any more immersion. You get a little bit of head bob on touchdown in MSFS now anyway. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I think if you fly a lot of general aviation, FS Realistic is really good. That's maybe where it excels itself a little bit, and it does really well. But for me, instead, I think if you're flying airliners almost exclusively, if not almost always, you don't need a product like FS Realistic. Some people like it, some people use it. I just find it's actually more unrealistic than not having it. Especially when you have to pay for FS Realistic, then you turn most of the settings off. It just seems counterintuitive to me. Manchester Aviation Daily, welcome. David makes a good point though, yeah, if you use Beyond ATC as a preparation for VATSIM, it still won't prepare you for the chaos of Unicom. It also won't show you how to actually file your flight plans and things like that for VATSIM, will it? But then, hey, I guess that's why some YouTube channels have got really good tutorial series for that. Wasp, good one. Dragonic says, still looking for a rudder pedal to start using. Any recommendations for me that don't cost a fortune? Saw some for about €400. So it depends what you want. I mean, I've got a really cheap set of Thrustmaster T-Flight rudder pedals. They're about £130, €150 roughly as an approximation. I haven't actually checked the price, but for absolute budget basic rudder pedals, they do the job. Look, he's doing alright, he's doing well. Still early days though, it's now 2 weeks since his operation. He's finished his antibiotics, which is good. He's starting to use his replaced hip a little bit more now, which is nice. Gives you a little bit of confidence that it's worked, and you can see that it's not dislocating all the time. But in about, was it 2 weeks, 6 weeks? So in 4 weeks now, he's going to have more x-rays to check the repair, to check how the bone's healing, to check how the bionic hip is kind of working as well, to make sure it's all exactly as it's supposed to be. So not out of the woods yet, I guess, but his antibiotic course is finished. He's still on painkillers and sedatives to keep him resting and sleepy, but he's now on to 3 to 4 10-minute lead walks a day to kind of get that muscle going again around his leg, because where they've repaired his hip, the muscle around his leg has to re-heal and begin to build up again, and that in itself takes time. What's wonderful with dogs is their ability to repair and regenerate certainly muscles and things like that really quickly, in comparison to humans, where a broken leg, or what my dog's gone through, will take, it's a weird stutter, it will take like 6+ months to repair, and then you will have to have physiotherapy for another 6 months or so. Instead, with a dog, within a couple of days he's walking on his hip, and it's remarkable, and within 3 months he will expect it to be signed off and ready to go for off-lead fun. Yeah, Chief Woofer, I'll try and do an update later on actually. Willie's picked his dog up last night after spending a week at a friend's. The dog hasn't moved all day, bless him. Or her, or her. How are we doing? Here's all that weather that we saw on Navigraph earlier on that weather chart. As we come towards the Alps, you can see there are Alps on the horizon in fact as well, which is quite nice. Contrails of an aeroplane up ahead. Adriatic Centre is online at the moment, but we've still got a little way to go. 1300. Yeah, weather radar is on. At the moment, it's on an auto tilt of -2.5. The one thing I've not found in this actually is, maybe it's down here. Sorry about the wiggling there. Evac command. I can't see any ways to tilt the weather radar. No, doesn't seem to be any. Unless I'm entirely missing the buttons somewhere. But yeah, our Colito says it's not modelled. There we go. Dragonic, I've put it in the live chat for you. They are very basic, like they are budget rudder pedals, but I've had mine since FS 2020 was released, or MSFS was released back in 2020, and I'm quite happy with them, to be fair. Although now I've got the Boeing TCA yoke and I've got the Honeycomb Bravo, my little bit in my brain, there's a little seed growing for get new rudder pedals. So I don't know. Watch this space. Willie's got the same, thinking about getting the Turtle Beach pedals. I've heard very good things about those, actually. Really, really good things. They're probably the ones that I would be angling towards if I was in the market for a new set of rudder pedals. I think Turtle Beach's Velocity 1 rudders seem to be kind of the winner at the moment, don't they? The Thrustmaster Pendula rudder pedals are disgracefully expensive. 500 quid, some rudder pedals, my goodness. I think the Turtle Beach ones are about 250 to 300 quid. Can't remember entirely. I'm not sure, Dragonic. Let me punch it in and find out. Turtle Beach rudder. £250. Oh, there's a website for those of you in the UK called More Coco, and they've got them in stock for £210. Game.co.uk, 220. Oh, there's another option for you, Dragonic. And that's it, providing you're in the UK though, actually, which I doubt because you mentioned euros there. Overclockers UK have got Logitech G Cytec Pro flight rudder pedals for £110. Willie, no, not the Cytex. If I was going for a budget set of rudder pedals, I'd get, I'd recommend the T-Flight Thrustmaster rudder pedals. They do their job as well as they can at the price. They're pretty cheap, nasty plastic, little rail rudders, but they're not that bad. They've lasted me now for 3 years. My goodness. And he says we had a Cairn Terrier, now long gone sadly, cruciate ligaments repaired in both legs, slowed her down for a few months, but then couldn't hold her back. That's the thing, like this is my dog's 3rd hip operation now, because one of them failed. But if you'd have seen him running around prior to the one dislocating, you would never have guessed that he's got 2 bionic hips. He goes sprinting around, doing crazy stuff. As Justin says, yeah, dogs become part of your family. Is this aircraft high fidelity, Major Aviator is saying? No, it's not high fidelity or study level, but it's probably as close as it can get at the moment, at least. The FMS actually with the improvements is really impressive, so it flies holds really nicely. You can add fixed rings now as well. VNAV seems okay, you do need to watch it. I mean, I tend to descend in vertical speed mode more than VNAV, to be honest. That's just me. But their hold functions are really good, and also a massive thing which I tested and I put it into the Kuro 787 review video that I did the other day. For those of you who haven't seen it, really worth checking it out. It's only about 8 minutes long. The alternate flight plan section works as well with immediate diverts. Really impressive what they've done. And that's all part of the working title FMS upgrade that will be available in the 787-10 as well, which is really nice. But yeah, all round a very impressive package, to be fair. And it's nice to be able to dive into a 787 now, which is reasonable for use on VATSIM, that could probably do across the pond quite comfortably as well, actually. The Alps coming up. Oh, we got nice little kind of viewscape there. Innsbruck down there somewhere, further down the valley. Justin, my goodness, he's gone big. He's got the Thrustmaster Pendula rudders. Whoa! 780 Australian dollars, my goodness. But says they are worth every cent. They're probably as true to life as you can get, to be honest. That's one of the things with this with the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke that I've noticed, which I've purchased on sale. I'm not sponsored by any hardware developers or anything like that, so there's no bias, or there's no kind of worry about saying overly nice things because you don't want to have issues with your sponsorships and stuff. The plastic on the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke is disgracefully cheap at its price point. Spoke about that a fair bit. Really tacky cheap, but the way the yoke actually works is incredible. It requires an entirely different recalibration of your brain with how to take off, flare, land, manually fly aircraft. Certainly for that takeoff roll earlier on, using both hands to rotate the 787 through V1 and rotate. And my goodness, it feels heavy with the springs. It feels like I'm actually pulling back on the stick in a 787, trying to help pull it into the air. It's remarkably different to what I'm used to. I mean, my previous one was that Velocity 1 flight yoke from Turtle Beach, which is a really good bit of kit. But the pendular system in this is just like nothing I've ever experienced. The Honeycomb Bravo, though, by contrast, the plastic on that has just got a different feel to it. Different price point, but the Honeycomb Bravo is... it just feels premium when you're touching it. It just feels well made, it feels premium. Compared to the plastic of the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke, which is where the Boeing yoke disappoints me a little bit. Just the cheap, tatty clickiness of the plastic. Carlito, yeah, I've got the default springs put in, but I took the panel off and I added the fourth spring. Only because actually I thought you had to, because it was inside the manual as kind of like a setup thing. Wear and tear TUI livery, Sam, is on flightsim.to. I don't think it's anywhere bad as it was previously, the Boeing Simmer. Saying there, do you think the 787-10 in MSFS is weightless? I mean, this thing shouldn't turn like a Cessna 172, and with low speed crosswind. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the Dash 8, I think what they've done to this is really nice. Really nice. Quite impressive, actually, for a freeware add-on. If you're not sure, though, folks, you do need the 787-10 in Premium Deluxe for the Kuro 787-8 to actually work. Otherwise, unfortunately, it doesn't. You can't install it. It doesn't work. Look at that! Absolutely filthy wings, dirty engineering patches, sun stains, the whole shebang. And we're just panning around here to try and get some nice views of the Alps as we cross. Flight level 410. It's the highest I've been for a while now. Vivek's asking, how do you change the engine type on the Kuro 787-8? It's down to the liveries, basically, from what I understand. I think... I'm not sure if the engines have actually got a difference between the two. I'm not sure. I'd have to log into it and kind of we'll look into it a little bit more, to be fair. Rykofication's asking, what is your opinion on the sounds? Because we've got the Payware FT Sim Plus sounds installed. I'm not 100% set on them, to be honest. I don't think they're that amazing for it. The biggest things I think maybe worth considering is going to be ensuring that you kind of try the 787-10 and the -8 as well, Freeware, without any sound pack installed, because you might find the sounds are okay and you might actually quite like them without having to pay for an FT Sim Plus sound pack. The sounds on the inside, certainly the wind, sounds really nice. Wind whooshing over the aircraft and the airframe. That does sound really good, but the external sounds are a little bit disappointing. That's about it, really. Justin's just added a screenshot of me and Valanta. Interesting. Where are you? I feel like you're around here somewhere. Yeah, flights just generally up to this part of the world at the minute. Certainly north of the Netherlands, Holland, Groningen. They've got weather warnings at the moment for severe weather. So if you're looking for a challenge, Amsterdam could be a whippy one. Certainly flights into Groningen. There, Groningen Eld. There it is. EHGG could be incredibly challenging. Where are we? My goodness, we're already there. Wow. Austria. Jeez. Absolutely zipping past. That's fantastic. There's Justin. Oh yes, there I am. Flight level 410. Just see the contrails. It's the one thing that's really nice about VATSIM now is the fact that you've got the contrails visible. I think that's quite significant in just adding that bit of immersion, a bit of realism to it all, isn't it? Alright, so we've got to get ready to speak to Adria Radar 1300. Let's prepare. Is it 1330 actually, isn't it? Let's have a look. 1300. 130. We'll zip across to that active channel now because NEMEK's. Is it NEMEK's or is it MEDUX? I think it's NEMEK's. Just scroll in.
Aria Radar, Osprey 598. Inbound NEMEK 88 miles. Mach decimal 80, flight level 370.
Mach 82, heading still set, 410. Rykification currently flying with Osprey in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Might be able to see me there in USA. USA is a big place, you'll have to tell me roughly where you are. There are many pilots flying over the US at the moment.
Tomjet 4262.
A lot of aeroplanes flying around on VATSIM actually around the US at the minute. Dragonic saying, I can tell you can definitely feel the power of the storm. Justin says, being an Airbus pilot, I also have a Thrustmaster HOTAS Warthog, all metal, amazing construction material, and will last me a lifetime. I think that's kind of the product line and the era where Thrustmaster changed, because they went into incredibly cheap and fairly nasty plastic for some of their add-ons. MPS, Adria Radar's calling you. Sam saying the fan blades look different. They've remodeled them as well as part of Kuro V2. So the engines look different. Living on a Player says he kind of likes the dirty livery for a change. Nice to switch it up, isn't it? NEMEK.
426Q, anyone on the frequency?
13 tons of fuel.
Tomcat 4262 and transport 76 Foxtrot at reach 5.
Radar, very good evening. This is 3355. Sorry for not contacting you. I forgot to disconnect from the network. We are at flight level 360 inbound Buxton.
Tomcat 4262, can you hear me?
Hi Sam, I can hear you. Tomcat 4262.
Oh wait, is that Jack? Tomcat
4262. 4262, it was audio for VATSIM problem on my side. Thank you, you're identified.
My bad. I thought it was MPS. This is not MPS.
Radar, hello.
Marcus, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. We're one aircraft 20 miles ahead. We've got Justin 20 miles to the north as well. We're going to have issues with space into Kos, I think. Which means that we might have to enter the hold. Be interesting to see and try that live, of course.
Seabird 3962. Correction 3982. Vizer 3555 Adria Radar.
Adria Radar, good evening. Vizer 3355. Flight level 360 inbound Buxton.
Vizer 3355, thank you, identified.
98 at flight level 370 inbound NEMEK 3 miles, Mach speed decimal 80.
Osprey 508, dobar dan, Adria, radar contact. Speedbird 3982, your last transmission was broken. Set squawk 5260 and check your microphone.
And there is our beep. Contact me. It's always been trying to eat a little cheeky bag of crisps. So inbound NEMEK, we're going to give him a MAC number as well just to help so he works out our spacing and everything and our altitude.
Subject 60 kilo with you, flight level 410, inbound MEMEK 117 miles.
Tomcat 60 kilo heavy, dobar dan, Adria, radar contact.
Top 9 Juliet Mike,
Top 9 Juliet Mike, startup approved, information echo current, there is no pushback, advise ready for taxi.
Startup approved, no pushback and recheck information echo, top 9 Juliet.
Adria Radar, good afternoon, Tomcat 4 Echo X-rays, 85 miles west of NEMEK. Flight level 410, Mach decimal 82.
Tomcat 4 Echo X-ray heavy, dobar dan, Adria, radar contact.
Oh, felt so professional. Kos approach online, very exciting. So with that, we should have, he says, an ATIS. We've still got a way to go. We're only just halfway, in fact. There's Kos Airport information Alpha. Recorded at 12:20 Zulu, expect RMP approach, runway 32. Visual departures in use, transition level 6-5, winds 290 degrees at 11 knots. So we've got a bit of a crosswind actually. Cav OK, 29 degrees Celsius, the dew point 22 degrees Celsius, QNH 1008. And then a little note, our attention to all pilots, no radar service provided. Advise on initial contact, you have information Alpha. Jolly good. What wing views have we got?
Easy to one Echo Yankee, contact
just like real life.
frequency 129.675, goodbye.
Smooth flying, welcome. Matthias, thanks for subscribing, buddy. Great to have you on board with us. Keep smashing the likes button, folks. Really good to see lots of you enjoying it so far. 73 likes, thank you to all of you.
Condor 6 Tango leaving my sector, Unicom 128, bye bye.
Condor 8 6 Tango 122, bye. Center, g'day, Osprey 8656, flight level 390.
Osprey 8656 heavy, dobar dan, Adria Raider, Raider contact, flight level 398, signed 390, check radar altimeter. Correction, check altimeter.
Yeah, Osprey 8656, current altimeter 390. Was that down to 380 or remain at 390, Osprey 8656?
No, my brave freeze, so I can offer you flight level 390 or 410 at your current routing.
Major Aviator. You can't just install PAC, you can't click and drag it, you have to use the Kuro installer for version 2. By the way, as a side note as well,
Roger, maintain 390 and
if you have any old liveries, ooh, that's why it's all been spotty. Is that Ljubljana? I think it might be. Looks like I need to delete that airport model or maybe see if it needs an update. Who's that? I'm trying to remember who it was that created that scenery. Scenic Routes. Scenic Routes Ljubljana. Interesting. That's why I was getting some weird stutters then. It was trying to load that in. Anyway, yeah, so 787-8. Kuro version 2. For those of you who already had the version 1 and therefore a lot of liveries with this aircraft, you need to make sure that you uninstall all of those liveries. Otherwise it could cause crash to desktops. You have to use now liveries that work with version 2 of the mod. If you use the Kuro installer, it will ask you, do you want to transfer or update some of the add-ons, some of your previous liveries to work with version 2. And you can click that and the installer should patch them on for you, but it's not guaranteed. The safest, the best thing to do, even though it does require a little bit more work on our side as the end user, is to download all the fresh liveries for version 2 onwards. Hello Aviator, welcome, how are you? Going really well, thank you. Daniel says it won't let me join your Discord. I don't know how not. The link should work. Rab's loving the views.
Can you hear me now?
Cracking view, isn't it? Really nice livery.
Now I carried you 5 out of 5. Thank you, you're identified.
Exactly, David. That's why I don't really understand why TUI have patched them with the black tape.
No worries.
I suppose they can't be bothered to actually spend the money on actually fixing the aeroplane up neatly. Yeah, we're all patchy liveries. They only look good from a distance though, sadly. Spitfire RAF, welcome.
Just for clarification, you will taxi to holding point Bravo, then hold short, get ready for departure.
Cracking, isn't it? How good does that look?
Then you can call me that you're ready, I suppose, and then the backtrack will be approved.
Oh. It's no A350 by looks, but it's still great to have in the sim, isn't it? Grab a couple more screen grabs. Duct tape does solve many things, Doc, you are right. It doesn't solve confidence in the passengers looking out the window though. And it doesn't make for good real wing view photos.
Flight level 390, just past Detsa intersection inbound Ljubljana.
Marcus says he works at Manchester and spoke to a TUI engineer. Did you ask them the same question?
130, proceed to VEC and after VEC direct Ljubljana VR, expect ILS procedure on V30.
Direct second and Ljubljana VOR descend 130.
That's arrivals. Let's click it again. We'll go to the arrivals for Kos. RNAV 32
and Adria,
via
center,
Morix. This is us configuring now for the arrival later on.
For flight level 390.
KOPAR 1 mic. Like so. So with that set, we'll execute the changes. We'll go into the legs page. We'll just have a little nosy at the data. KOPAR. Let's fire into the charts. What do we got here? KOPAR 1 mic, we want some arrivals here. We want RNAV 32 via Morix. There we go. So the green is the star, the orange is the approach. Athena radar's online as well. Always fantastic controllers in this part of the world. Adria radar and Athena, some of the best. Okay, KOPAR arrival then, 1 mic for runway 32. Heading into KOPAR, Lecoq at or above 5,000 feet. So comparing that against the FMS, we can see Lecoq at or above 5,000. Kilo Oscar 323 at or above 4,000. Speed's looking a bit high there. I might see if I can manually change that actually to, I don't know, 210. Oops, wrong way. Make sure we actually input the figures correctly. 210 slash, let's see. Oh, it does. And I'm going to do 240B for below. See if it does that one in the one above. Oh, invalid entry. Boo. Oh well. Next page, Morix. Max 200 knots. And then LTAC is just there. 3,500 at or above. That is going to be the initial approach fix, Morix, and then into LTAC for the start the final approach. LTAC 3,500. We want to be at 180. Let's see if it takes in both. I'm just going to tweak some of the data here manually. 180 at 3.5. Look at that. Kilo Oscar 324. 2,500 feet. And then final approach. Yeah, let's try that, Aaron. Good shout, good shout. We'll try minus 240. Nope. 240 minus.
Top speed 500 Juliet Mike, surface wind 230 degrees 1
nope.
knots, runway 23.
So you can't do at or below, or at or above speeds by the looks of it. Interesting. AWS Bytes, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing.
Ask for the back to clearance, but nevertheless, clear for takeoff.
Missed approach is the dashed line there, so airport elevation of 412 feet. It's an interesting approach this as well, with some terrain around us. Climbing to 3,000 feet, proceed on runway axis to Kilo Oscar 326. It's a posh way of saying fly runway heading. Then with a left turn direct to Lecoq to join the missed approach holding pattern, which is there, 3,000 feet. We just fly the hold at Lecoq. Before then we'll be vectored probably back round to Morix, LTAC and back in again. Final approach course 323. And there's nothing else really to tune, but on the charts there was a VOR approach for runway 32, so if we want to, we could also tune a VOR. Ah, there we go, good to know, Carlito. It says if you enter 210 it means at or below speed by default for the FMC. That's great to know. Thanks for letting us know. Cost 1090. So we could leave it on auto tune and it should set that itself, or if we want to we can tune it manually. So 109.0. We'll pop that in up here at the top. We should be able to do Kilo Oscar Sierra and add that in there as well, but it's not having it. That's fine. We can also put in a course of 317, though it won't actually allow us to enter that. No ADFs, and then as always, I always talk about flying the approach and configuring for the approach, but actually spending the time to work out what you're going to do after touchdown. So landing on runway 32, always look at this chart. We can have a little look. 2,390 meter runway, so fairly short for a Dreamliner. I'm not really sure what auto brake setting to use, to be totally honest, because we don't have any performance calculator for this. I'm going to set maybe auto brake 4 and then use reverse thrust.
This Mike, identify the climb flight level 290 unrestricted.
We're going to miss Alpha 1. I would be incredibly shocked if we brake in time for Alpha 1. We'll head all the way down to Alpha 2, vacate there. Hotspot 3 for details, see 10-9 Alpha. So 10-9 Alpha is this one.
1186, descent flight level 110, QNH.
Number of stands available, we've got stand 1.
Transition level 110.
Possibly stand 2, which would then make stand 3 unusable, and then stand 10 for the heavies. So we get one of those given to us, I think. Maybe stand 10 and stand 9 at a push. But we're going to struggle for space because there's a lot of Dreamliners flying in today.
Probably an MSFS bug since the traffic in question is flight level.
It is an LNAV VNAV approach, Carlito. So Carlito in the live chat there, I did not know that's really interesting. So that's going to be applicable to the 787-10 as well as now this Kuro version 2 787-8. Carlito saying if it's an LNAV VNAV approach, they've modelled FAC and GP so that you'll have the indicator like an ILS approach, which is really, really cool. You can see our minimums, 683.
We'll report back, Osprey 8656.
So that's incredible. So we should be able to fly the RNAV approach almost like an ILS with this. So we'll click it, we'll see how it handles it, and then we'll turn it off, we'll hand fly the last bit as well. It's got LPB as well.
Direct BABEG. Is this okay?
36, proceed direct Rugas.
We'll pin the parking charts, and that is a bit of a kind of a chart brief. Oh, actually, what we can do. Good old Kos on Navigraphic got really nice overview charts, so you can see the terrain around the airfield there. There's a hill there where it kind of comes up to meet the runway, which is barely visible, but then you've got this hill as well to the north. So depending on the weather, you can see here. Carlita says you can use VATS Airplane Toolbox with the 787. It's not on my version, maybe I need to update it then. I don't have any 787s in my VATS Airplane Toolbox. What do we got? Let me just type in.
Goodbye.
Where's the meta?
Your wings 152, you're identified and confirm you're following
we'll put it in the live chat
direct to
for you guys so you can see what the meta is.
You're deviating from your current route. Approximately 150 degrees to the left.
So winds 300 at 11.
I can confirm you, we are not following the route during slot 2. We are not directing to the waypoint you set.
Your wings 152 able direct Sierra Alpha Lima.
So prevailing winds northwesterly at 11. There's no warnings of wind shear. It says expect turbulence on approach due to surrounding terrain. That's something that we need to be wary of there. Warnings as well to the southwest, man-made obstacle, 1,401 feet MSL within 8 nautical miles. Ceremos Island, direct north within 2 nautical miles, and there is also Mountain Ridge east of the airport rising to 2,500 MSL, and a man-made structure on that rising to 2,766 feet MSL.
Radar, good afternoon.
And then runway 32, you can just about meet the, or kind of make out that hill. So starting from the coast, it just goes uphill right towards the touchdown zone there. Aiden, I do have Gaya Simulations Kos, yes. Although to be honest, that doesn't sound great either. There's an overview of the charts for the approach, or the stars more specifically. 129.675. We'll tune that in ready. What we can also do is head into here, and we can put in a couple of different things. So in the descent VNAV page, we can go into forecast. We want to make sure we've got our transition level set, which was, where is it? It's in here, isn't it? LGKO. Is it 7.5 or 6.5? I forget. Transition level 6.5. So 6,500. And then using our OFP, we can add in a couple of forecast winds for the descent. Where are we? So we'll put in flight level 350 for the altitude, 213 at 49.
France 1186 approaching flight level 110.
And this is going to help the VNAV calculate our top of descent a little bit better.
1186, Roger, descend 6,000 feet via Ljubljana. VOR cleared ILS approach on me
20832.
This is 6,000 feet, cleared ILS
200, 190 at 20.
0 from Ljubljana VOR, Air France 1186.
Good afternoon, Beeline for India, Quebec in Split.
What did I say? It was
Beeline for India, Quebec, Dobrodana,
190 at 20.
Good day, so we are requesting IFAC to destination Mykonos while we are...
No, we'll just do flight level 100, 136 at 9.
Beeline for India, Quebec, current information, Echo clear destination, Lima Golf, Mike Kilo, Steeple 7 Delta, climb 5,000 feet.
We can add more in if we want as well, 2 pages for the descent forecast. But I won't worry about that.
Mykonos is 5 via Steeple 7 Delta departure, initial climb 5,000 feet, squawking 5224 for Beeline for India, Quebec.
Beeline for India, Quebec, ATC clearance, copied correctly.
Okay then, 310 request.
For the fixed ring, we could add in estimated landing weight 157 tons, Carlito.
will be leaving my airspace in the next
Unknown, hello. Finesse, what approach? We're doing the RMP runway 32 approach. What was I doing? Completely lost my train of thought. VORs. It's KOS, KOS. Let's see if this works.
Runner 2821.
KOS 1090, that's the one we want.
And
you have to bearing distance, we just want something relevant to the approach. So LTAC is at 11 miles. Kilo Oscar 324 is at 6. We'll do 10 and 6. There we go, we've added some fixed rings in.
Adria Radar, good evening. Osprey 78 Tango Golf at flight level 40.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf Heavy, dobar dan Adria, radar contact.
Top 65 and absolute Mike is at 370.
Top 6500 Juliet, Mike, release from Adria, monitor Unicom 122.8, take care.
Monitor Unicom 122.8.
So VATS Airplane Toolbox is 1.17.3.3 now apparently, so I'm just going to see if I can work out what version mine is. So I do think mine's perhaps out of date then. Release 1.17.1.1. Okay. That's very out of date. Let's download the patch. Extract all. So at the minute I'm just reinstalling. I'm installing the latest patch for VATS Airplane Toolbox. Hopefully, to fire it up, this will have Dreamliner data in it.
Blue cleared 6,000 feet, but initial altitude, the ILS is 4,000. Do we get 4,000?
Air France 11886, you're okay for the approach, so you can descend. It's published.
Oh yeah, that looks loads different.
A7% is published, Air France
787-8's in there as well. Happy days. Load. In fact, let me show you guys. Bear with me. Let me just bring it up on another menu.
Air Transport 76 Foxtrot approved. Climb flight level 350.
Microsoft Edge.
Transport 76 Foxtrot, thank you.
Well, I'll use that QRH tab there for the 737, so I'll just open that one up for the purpose of today. 192.168.1.81. Here we go. So we can search for aircraft. We're going to look for 787-8. We'll load that in. We need to load in ACARS. Jolly good. Should have really done takeoff performance as well. We could have had an interesting thing there. LGKO runway 32, headwind at 10 knots, crosswind at 1 now. Wind's changing all the time. Landing weight estimated at 157022 kilos. Both reversers. Anti-ice off. Auto land no.
828821.
Water break 4. Okay. That's what we were hoping for, suggesting at least. Flap 25. Interesting. Interesting. So should we do a flap 25 or should we do a flap 30 approach, folks? What do you reckon? Well, I do flap 25. It reckons it can do it. Let me just have a look at some of the charts. Because usually you get like usable landing length information. I'm going to say 2, 3. I'll take 150 off for the flare and the touchdown. Yeah, it's still happy. Flap 25, order brake 4. I think that's what we'll go for. Yeah, why not? What's that Dr. Pepper advert? What's the worst that can happen? Here's a question actually, for those of you more familiar than I am with VATS Airplane Toolbox. So, when you're calculating a landing performance, do you need to work out what your landing distance available is? Or, when you've got full length, does it automatically work out the distance? So, you know, as in, do you need to put in a landing shift to say that you're going to land sort of 150 metres after the start of the runway? Because that is something I would never really know, to be honest. If that's the case, order brake max, order brake 4. 787 profile depot is on VATS Airplane Toolbox. Just Google it, X-Plane Forum, make an account, then you can download it for free. Yeah, I never really know about the takeoff shift. Yeah, Depod, you just need to update it. That's what I've just done. Just downloaded the latest patch, and it has it in there now. Yeah, I never know with that. Hopefully somebody knows in the live chat. Do let me know. When you're calculating using VATS Airplane Toolbox, are you putting in the usable landing distance, or does it work it out automatically? That's an important question.
Arrival
And Jonas saying, do you know, under Morix, the island of Nisiros has an active volcano? I did not.
After Sierra Alpha Lima, we expect Sierra Alpha Lima 1 Yankee arrival.
Carlito, defaults full length adjust as needed. Yeah, so I'll go for 2150. Have a little bit of a flare, but it's a short runway though, so we're not going to touch down on the touchdown zone. We're going to touch down nearer to the threshold. So we'll do 200 meters. Usable landing length. Auto brake 4 gives us a stop margin of 324 meters. And that's at flap 25. Flap 30 will give us 380 stop margin. That'll be fine. We'll use auto brake 4 and flap 25. And then as we begin to decelerate, we'll go to manual brakes anyway. No stress.
Eurowings 152 requesting descent as well.
Eurowings 152, descent flight level 130.
Anything with the FT Sim Plus sounds, the sounds outside are pretty much non-existent.
Tomjet 8 Juliet November, Vendetta descent flight level 130, levels by Peters.
No 787-10 profile, unfortunately, David. Hopefully soon. Yeah, at least the default 787 sounds have actually got sounds outside. The fact the FT Sim Plus payware ones don't, bizarrely. Incredibly silent outside, isn't it? More wind than anything else. Most says, I hope Working Title does the 787-9 variant soon. I don't think I'm not sure if they will. I think if anything we might wait for a project like Kuro to bring the 787-9 to MSFS. Living on a Player says, that's strange, I have the FT Sim sounds and I'm positive I have sounds on the outside. I've got sounds, they're just incredibly quiet. I don't even know if you guys can pick it out. Have a listen. They're very subtle. James, welcome, good morning.
These are
Dipping underneath those contrails.
350 due to crossing traffic.
David has sounds as well, weird. Maybe I need to reinstall them. Dave Cat, yeah, that's an issue post AAU2 that we can't really fix, to be honest. JFoot has also got just wind noise on the outside. Maybe I didn't install them quite correctly.
Council 106 clear of runway 30 Ljubljana.
But then, if we didn't, then all of the sounds wouldn't work, would they? That's the thing.
Ahead, gate number 4.
Continue to gate number 4.
It's got a hood.
Thank you.
As well. Although I never use it. I hate them. Really don't like. I find them immensely distracting in flight sim. Quick check on dog cam downstairs. See how he's doing. All cuddled up in his little bed. Got an hour and a half until his next set of meds. What have we got left on this flight? I don't actually know. Sam says that he watched an interview with PMTG's Robert Randazzo a few months ago, and he said that they were working on a contract with someone, he didn't say who, in order to bring a PMDG 787 to the sim. Interesting. I know they've got a lot of aeroplanes in the queue, still though. 777, still being worked on at the moment. 747 series as well. The 737 MAX.
7,000 feet, split KNH 1012.
And then they said a secret project, which I hope is a 757. That would be mind-blowing.
Flight level 70, KNH 1012, information Foxtrot, your range 152.
Quite a bit of high-level cloud starting to build in up here. What have we got? Let's go 8. Love it. Coastline up on the distance there. There'll be Dubrovnik, Split, all of that along the coastline there. Living on a player. No, I didn't change any audio settings in the main menu. EGCC, they're pretty much similar. They've just got a couple of differences to them, which is why, at least when I was at TUI, the pilots were type rated on the 757 and the 767 together at the same time. Same with British Airways with their 75 and 767.
Tomcat 724, flight level 410.
Ooh, what secret operations centre app, Andy?
Tomcat 724, dobar dan, Adria Radar, identified.
And X3, Hotel Bravo, 350.
X3, Hotel Bravo, dobar dan, Adria,
apparently
contact.
Where is he? Oh, we're not going to see him in the cloud. Apparently we're overtaking an aeroplane that's about to fly to Skiathos. Justin, it's because you're not using the optimum route. So we've kept the speed going at the same rate, but we're flying an optimum path. I loved the 757. Such an incredible aeroplane. Ridiculously overpowered as well. Global operations. There is a tab for that in the PMDG Operations Centre, isn't there? But I don't really know anything about that or what it's supposed to do. Awesome. Mark is saying the aircraft is currently flying in real life, Manchester to Montego Bay, I think that, isn't it? MBJ. Yeah, Sangster International Airport, Montego Bay. No idea, James. I've flown on one, didn't think it was that impressive. Certainly when you look at the comparison of a 787 against like an A350 or even an A380, Airbus are night and day a lot better with their bigger aircraft for sure, I think, at the moment. Yeah, German Flight Sim, you need to download the patch. There's 2 files, one for Windows, one for the patch.
Speed of sound at the moment, so...
That is unable because we are cruising at 0.85 for 78 Tango Golf.
Your ground speed currently is jumping anywhere from 600 to Mach 1, and now it's back to normal speed of 523, so maybe you press type acceleration by accident, so watch out please.
Oh.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. 78 Tango Golf, apologies.
That has been naughty. Bit of turbulence, there's a little bit of wing flex. Hello Chase, welcome. Really good, thank you. Hope you're well. Have you tried this yet? What do you think of it?
Eurowings 152, descend 4,000 feet.
I'm not sure. It's cost rated for the A330 in real life. I mean, it is for the 787-8 at least. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain actually. I mean, one would assume if the 787-8 can go in, then I would expect maybe the A330-200 to be able to get in. Steve, yeah, we mentioned that at the start. The emissives can be turned down quite a bit for that beacon. It's way too reflective on the engines in the day, isn't it? Almost a bit weird seeing it that kind of bright. So it says, how dirty do you want the 787? Paint a yes with exposed carbon. It's a cool livery, isn't it?
Milan for India, Quebec, startup approved QNH 1012.
Startup approved QNH, received 1012, Milan for India, Quebec.
Osprey 755, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, Osprey 755.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf, flight level 390 or
ERANA should be the point where we'll be handed off from Adria radar to
we can climb flight level
Athena radar.
41078 Tango Golf.
Steve, it is.
78 Tango Golf, Roger, climb flight level 410.
41078 Tango Golf.
Dan, shouldn't be. I think the biggest thing from Kuro is their FAQs. You guys have got to read the FAQs for the version 2 Kuro 787-8 mod. A lot of people having the same problems, but all the problems that have been covered in the FAQs and in the comments as well. One of the big things is firstly making sure that your liveries are up to date to work with version 2. That's a big must, otherwise you can get crashed to desktops. Secondly, you've got to make sure the Heavy Division mod is uninstalled, because post AAU2 they've worked to make the Kuro 787 work with AAU2 and not the Heavy Division mod, so that can cause lots of weird behaviour. David A is asking a question that I do not know the answer to. What is Phoenix doing these days? No idea. Very little, it seems. Disappointingly so. No built-in checklist, Steve, no. I mean, Phoenix have been working on version 2 for bloody ages now, haven't they? To the point where, for some people, increasingly so, it's becoming unusable. Space Tech Aviation, welcome. Great to have you with us. Thanks for subscribing.
Cleared visual approach runway 23, and I did not get what you said last during 752.
Report NORAD point, November.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm getting disappointed with Phoenix now. It's all well and good saying we're making version 2, please bear with us, but their aircraft are slowly becoming unsupported by MSFS. The performance has always been pretty poor with it as well.
Tomjet 4262, request to leave cockpit for 2 minutes.
Tomjet 4262 approved, report back.
Okay.
Air Transport 76 Foxtrot.
Yeah, November, David, I think it's right there.
Goodbye.
Too long.
675,
Way too long.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Seabird 3982, Athens, frequency 129.6, bye-bye.
I just realised where I know this song from. Interesting. So because I can't really rely on the healthcare service in the UK anymore, I've got private healthcare through Vitality Health Insurance, like private healthcare cover insurance type thing. But they've given me a year subscription to this fitness app called Fit, F-I-I-T. The best workouts I've done in a long time, really pushing it. But this song is, the instrumental version of it is actually in some of the workouts. I've just realised.
And just check your microphone please, you're transmitting stuttering noise only.
That's so weird that we've just heard that.
5202, Austrian 913.
Average 5 by 5 and CPLC approved.
Steve says flyby while no more experimental. Yeah, I don't really understand why people have covered it as if it's like mega news or massively surprising with videos and all that crap. A little while ago now, they stopped supporting the experimental version for about 6 months, didn't they? About a year or so ago, because they said that there was no difference, no real distinguishable difference between the experimental branch and the development branch. Therefore, why have that third fork? So all they've done is just turn that fork off again, or at least archived it or hidden it so that you can't download it as an end user. But it's not really news, is it? Let's face it. I don't really get the news element of it. Yeah, no more experimental version of fly-by-wire, but it's because the development version is just as good and effectively the same. Therefore, you don't need to support two branches that are identical. And the experimental branch was always created with fly-by-wire initially for testing of the LNAV and the VNAV, custom VNAV systems and all that sort of stuff. Channel saying, I think Fenix prefer to do large updates with long waits because you have to download the whole aircraft again on updates, which cost them a lot of money. Yeah, but at what point do you look at your customers and go, yeah, you know what? Many of you are reporting big problems. Let's just patch it. Hello, William. Steve's been enjoying the Strataliner. I haven't really bothered with that one actually, but I've heard a lot of fun things about it. A lot of people seem to be enjoying it as well. It's not free anymore, is it? From memory.
And dear Setter Osprey 86 back at the flight deck. 8656, welcome back.
Massive Simulation saying, looking forward to the Just Flight Fokker F28s, hopefully this week. Hopefully, I think it was meant to release prior to FS Expo. I was certainly supposed to be previewing it prior to FS Expo. That delayed it all. I was then told this week, but it hasn't really arrived in my mailbox, so I don't really know what's happening with it anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, don't know at all what's happening with it, in fact.
Radar, good afternoon, Cypress 755.
Just checking my emails again. Nope, still nothing.
Flight level 390 and smoking 1000.
Cypress 755, the Verdana Adria radar identified.
Thomas says, I'm kind of surprised the PSU still works with this much load. I reckon maybe one capacitor is faulted. Daniel says, do not download the Fenix. The whole aircraft has just died on me for the 6th time. It's weird, isn't it? Because some people have no problems at all. Some people have had a couple of issues. And some people have had a whole host of consistent problems.
For 200 inbound LBAC.
Really difficult to kind of gauge, really, isn't it? Major Aviator says this aircraft turns really fast for some reason. Is it just me? I would... We've discussed it earlier on. A lot of high-level cloud, bloody hell. I would turn your bank limiter on to a maximum of 25. If you leave it on auto, it wildly overbanks in heading mode. My goodness. Look at this front. So here's an interesting thought, actually. Is this a cold front or is it a warm front?
Beeline for India, Quebec, Roger, hold short runway 23, traffic turning base, runway 23.
Holding short on Bravo, traffic incoming, Beeline for India, Quebec.
So that's all going to begin it as we pass Skopje. That's all going to kind of click into us, all of that cloud there.
Adria radar, good afternoon.
Sunbeard's anti-ice just kicked in, wow.
Ground at Belgrade, stand Alpha 05, request IFR clearance.
F-Tan says, to be honest, I fly the Mad Dog more than the Phoenix because I'm so sick of the lack of updates on the Phoenix side. I've now found that I've gone from really enjoying it initially to maybe ever so slightly beginning to loathe it because of all of the problems that I've experienced. I'm hoping now with the Honeycomb Bravo though that I've created a bespoke profile for it. That might have solved it, who knows. My biggest issues are with reverse thrust on landing.
NATO 4875 over done Adria identified.
But then the hardware won't fix the weird stuff like veering off the runway. You touch down with a slight little bit of rudder still in. Peter says, I love the Phoenix, need to learn how to fly the PMTG 737 though. I think I'm missing out on a lot. You absolutely are. It is in my mind, the best aircraft in the sim, full stop at the moment. The amount of immersion that you get in relation to system management and everything else in the PMTG 737 is remarkable. I absolutely love flying it. It's really good. That is my favourite by a long shot at the moment. Dragonic, I think Dragonic there, the answer to your question is going to be the Just Flight F-28, but I'm not 100% certain. I'm not fussed about an EFB. It doesn't make the aeroplane fly any better. Living on a plane says the Phoenix is a pretty expensive aircraft to not get updated at $90 Canadian dollars. I agree. Eventually you run out of excuses, you just got to update it somehow. PMTG Max 8. Yeah, it's going to be a little while yet. Maverick's asking, do you plan on buying any add-ons to the Bravo, like bigger 737 levers? I'm very tempted, very tempted, but with my PSU sparking and shorting out at the moment, I'm just about to spend far too much money on a new PSU, which is not ideal. Not really money that I had, but if I don't, the whole PC could end up blowing up, so who knows. And he says, I read the horror stories, so I didn't buy it. Which aircraft do you want about there? Sorry, buddy. Is that the Phoenix? Peter says, my dodgy Phoenix landings are not entirely me, then I keep swerving on touchdown. Yeah, that's not you. That is the Phoenix. With some crappy rudder landing thing that it's got. We've had it once. We landed into... God, it's so loud. We landed into Heraklion a little while ago, didn't we? Quite a few months ago, actually. Do you remember? Those of you who watched at the time, about a year ago perhaps. The second we touched down, we swerved off the runway. Completely uncontrollable. Completely uncontrollable.
Adria radar, Serbia 91 kilo at stand Alpha 05, request IFR to destination.
Serbia 91 kilo, roger, standby.
I think they just need to employ painters, William.
Passing your wing Airbus A320 from right to left by Bravo back recline up runway 23.
Ricofication, have a little look at Curry's if you're in the UK, currys.co.uk. You can get a Honeycomb Alpha for £149, £100 off, and a Honeycomb Bravo for $149. Again, another £100 off. Incredible deal. So because of that, I bought I purchased a Honeycomb Bravo. It's really nice. I've got to turn this guy down. It's so loud. Yeah, Aiden, that's it. They keep saying the swerving is due to the toolbar pushback mod. It's the cop-out crap excuse, isn't it? That triggers me and actually gets me quite angry. I don't have toolbar pushback installed and I still have it. I still have that stupid swerve bug.
Golf Kilo Oscar, Topola 3 Delta, 6,000 feet, squawk 5243.
Yeah, but that's also the other problem. So people like yourself, Major Aviator, are just going, well, I'm not getting any problems. And whenever people try and raise issues to Fenix on their Discord or whatever else, it gets shut down. You're the only one having that problem. I'm not having that problem. I've had it on stream whenever I've discussed a number of issues, a number of faults and frustrations. I get a lot of comments in the live chat. Well, I don't get that problem. I've never had that problem. It must be you. You're the only content creator that I see having that issue, so on and so forth. So I found that with Fenix, people are weirdly dismissive of people's issues. And that kind of fuels Fenix into being able to just slow it down and be like, meh, screw half the community, it doesn't matter. William says, crikey, I wondered why I could barely control my A320 on takeoff. Ian gets the same problem with the Fenix as well. Yeah, quite a few of us do. Some people are lucky enough not to. I don't understand the difference between the people that aren't getting the problem and the people that are getting the problem. There's got to be something in the middle that's causing the issue. But yeah, like Dan says, there's this weirdly aggressive fan base for the Fenix. Dan there saying that the Fenix has been garbage right now for a few months. Spitfire RF saying I've stopped using the Fenix after the persistent pushback toolbar incompatibility message every time I used it.
Goodbye.
Osprey 598, contact altimeter 129.675.
We should be getting handed off in a moment.
Goodbye.
Daniel, on the Kuro 787 flightsim.to page, there is literally a link on there that says FAQs.
Behind follow me taxi stand number 5.
If you're not getting any issues, Major Aviator, that's really, really good.
No worries.
And it's great that you can still enjoy it.
D-line 4 India, Quebec, surface wind 230 degrees, 15 knots, runway 23, clear for takeoff.
Probably 41,000 feet and we're literally cloud surfing at the minute. Centurio as well, one of the lucky ones, lucky few that's never had an issue with the Fenix. I mean, even some of their paid content creators that did a lot of their previews and the ongoing kind of support and the stuff in their Discord server prior to the release. Even a few of those have had problems. But interestingly, they don't vent their frustration as openly as some of us do. Honesty is everything. New Boy says, I love the Flubber A320X. Why would I part with pounds for a slightly better Fenix that only might work? So the Fenix does have some features that are unique that the Flubber aircraft doesn't have. So some of the finesse around the RNAV approaches and all that sort of stuff is really, really good in the Fenix. I think the majority of the problems that a lot of us are getting are the fact that they've got it locked into this app outside of the sim, with it feeding the simulation through that app. If that goes down for any reason, you're screwed.
Mr. Malta 7 for Echo, descend flight level 120.
Steve says, how does the Kuro 787 compare to the Dash 10? It feels obviously smaller. It does handle slightly differently. But it's nice to have a second variant. I always found the Dash 10 was a bit of an odd one for MSFS. I think maybe they chose to do that one specifically because it was a unique, very long version of the Dreamliner. They think maybe they figured that most developers wouldn't bother with it for a long, long, long time. The Dash 8 and the Dash 9, however, hopefully we get a Dash 9 at some point soon. They are obviously much more common around the world in comparison to a Dash 10. I think they fly and handle a bit better as well.
326, contact Athens radar frequency 129.675. Bye bye.
Yeah, performance is pretty rubbish with the Fenix, isn't it, Doc?
Bye
bye. Dave Gatt, I don't even know how it started. Justin saying, would the general consensus now approve of GSX Pro after many updates. Still hasn't purchased it yet given the many bugs on release. I think it's massively changed. I think the release was very rocky, quite frustrating, but certainly now with things like custom GSX profiles for lots of different airports around the world, both payware and freeware really push GSX into a bit of a niche at the moment. I think it works pretty well. I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. I use it every flight. You've got to make sure you spend the time downloading lots of custom profiles for all the airports that you're going to use, though. That's the only thing. It takes a little while, but you just got to remember every time you're going to fly, check to make sure you've got a GSX profile custom for that airport as well. The one you're departing, the one you're arriving into as well, of course. And eventually you build up this big old bank of GSX profiles. A couple of them need updating every now and again.
German Cargo 99 Victor, Doberdan Adria Radar identified.
I think quality wings are gone, Boeing Simmer. I think they've just disappeared entirely. Contact Athens 129-675, Tomjet 4, Echo X-ray, thanks for the ATC, good night.
Cheers. I was at 604, 67.
Sierra, Sierra Creek 681, flight level 210. Aircraft 681, hello, Finance Squawk 6711. 6711, Aircraft 681.
There's Christopher. I don't hate Phoenix, I'm just frustrated with the bugs that I experience. I think that's more than reasonable. But I find the whole Phoenix thing as almost as toxic as the whole X-plane versus MSFS argument.
Hello again, Ryanair 281. 281, hello, arguable visual approach runway 16. Yeah, good sir? Are you able for visual approach runway 16? Affirmative. Copy, cleared visual runway 16 and report final. Roger, Ryanair 281.
We're about 10 minutes, we'll be over Thessaloniki.
Sorry, Ryanair 62 kilo, did you call a failure for a climb?
63 kilo, affirm, climb flight level 340.
Flight level 340, sorry about that, Ryanair 62 kilo.
We're going to be past the runner soon.
Papa, copy, cleared visual approach runway 240, send the traffic pattern altitude and report final.
It's very busy.
Lufthansa 0 Papa body standing flight, correction cleared for visual approach runway 24, descending and reporting final.
Athena radar, Kalispera, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, flight level 410, Mach decimal 82 inbound ERANA.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, Kalispera radar contact, free speed direct to KOPAR, KOPAR 1 mic arrival.
Free speed direct to KOPAR, KOPAR 1 mic arrival, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. Woohoo! My god, that's a heck of a...
908, free speed.
And it's good job we've already put that arrival in. We're cutting out all that little bit. Zoom zoom straight across to KOPAR.
Radar contact direct Nevra. Direct Nevra, RT 681.
Although now, interestingly,
oh no,
KOPAR is there.
At flight level 390.
Osprey 8656,
got a lick
radar
up
contact
for some reason.
390. Any speed
We'll leave it.
restrictions for Madrid?
For me currently, James, my favourite aircraft in MSFS is the PMTG 737-800.
Apologies, that's on a radar Osprey 8656. I missed that transmission, please repeat.
8696, are you
So,
in any speed
Kos,
restrictions from Madrid?
information Charlie.
Zero speed restrictions for Osprey 8656.
8656,
RP approach 32. Visual
departure.
departures also in use. Transition level, flight level 65.
Expect Copper 1 mic arrival for runway
280 at 11. Cav OK. 29 degrees Celsius. Dew point 21 degrees Celsius. QNH 1008.
40 taxi Yankee 1 Charlie Kilo and Alpha to Alpha 5.
So I'm going to set 1008.
Charlie Kilo Alpha 5,
down there. We've already done the approach.
Left via Alpha 4, clear for takeoff, 070 degrees, 14 knots.
And we've got 5 knot crosswind and a 10 knot headwind.
Condor 30,
Benjamin CLS is saying, how do you calculate landing weight? Is in your OFP in Simbrief, you'll see LAW, and that is, what's the aeroplane doing at the moment?
Alpha 5036, taxi via Juliet and Alpha, holding point runway 24.
Interesting.
Holding point runway 24,
the LNAV seems to have broke. Let's get back on that line.
Yankee Bravo Lima, clear Darnav runway 34, continue descent 2000 feet, QNH 1009er, report final.
Good job, I noticed that. I was heading the charts then. VAS Airplane Toolbox for performance calculations, Benjamin. And in your Simbrief OFP, you'll see a field with all the weights where you've got gross weight, takeoff weights, or a fuel weight things. There'll be one that says LAW, estimated LAW, which is your estimated landing weight. Now that can change plus or minus as you fly along. The way to work that out would be to look at things like your waypoints as you fly along and check them off against your OFP to work out what fuel difference you might have compared to your estimate, and then you can create a more accurate estimate for your approach.
Lufthansa 09 Papa, runway 24, clear to land, wind 250 degrees, 16 knots.
Weird, it's just done that. KOPAR, Lecoq. I'm going to just go to Navigraph here. From Thessaloniki, weren't we? Actually, no, we were at ERANA. Okay, good, so that's fine. Justin saying, have to say the Headwind A330-900 is a superb aircraft. Okay. I have to stick this in as it is for now. So we've got heading mode active because LNAV's just got a little bit wibbly. Might see what it does again now.
Adrian 204 radar contact, proceed direct, Eugene, climb flight level 330.
Sam says, when I fly the A330-900 I always get crashed to desktops. Make sure it's up to date and the liveries you're using are up to date as well.
Adrian 204 direct, Eugene, climb flight level 330.
Order rate 4. What else have we got here? Init ref. Gross weight estimate 157. I'm going to go for 158. Flap 25. We'll select that and we'll add the flap speeds as required there. Living on a Player says he's had the issue with the LNAV a few times as well. It doesn't seem to like flight plan changes. It's an AAU2 thing. Yeah, look, it's gone right over the line again, hasn't it?
Papa taxi via Foxtrot and Juliet, standard 2.
Stand 2 via Foxtrot and Juliet, Lufthansa 09 Papa.
So it looks like we're heading mode for the rest of the journey. Great.
Negative, you should be with me.
Copy that.
The Boeing simmer, we're just displaying the speed that we're doing at the minute. We could just leave it in VNAV, still the same, Mach 82.
3484, push and start approved, facing west, Calistara.
Push and start approved, face west, CGN 3284, Calistara.
Oops.
Osprey 8656, report Mach number.
Current Mach number for Osprey 8656, decimal 844.
8656, copy, reduce Mach decimal 82 for now.
Down to decimal 82
yeah, doesn't
for
like
Osprey
it.
8656.
Right, let's go to track mode. And we'll leave track mode active so we're flying the line properly.
Itinerary is 60 with you past Oton 360. Israel 601, Kalispera, radar contact 360.
So KOPAR, Lekop,
runway 24 clear for takeoff, wind 250 degrees 1.
KOPAR 1 Mike, runway 32 on, have approach via Morix.
Olympic 165, descend to 7,000 feet, QNH 1009, and clear the view at
Little quirks, still finding them as we go. So if you find that all of a sudden this all bugs out, you've just got to be prepared to enter heading mode.
Itinerary direct control 1 Mike Zulu, hello, airport Heraklion,
okay, it is working.
Charlie on board, step 11, request IFR clearance to Kos.
Sky Traveler 1 Mike Zulu, hello, stand by for clearance.
Bring that in one click. It's definitely unsettled it, hasn't it? We're going to have to watch this really carefully now. Abdul FM, welcome aboard.
Tomjet 60 kilo, Kalispera Fina, radar contact 410. Proceed direct to KOPAR.
But yeah, that's the reason, as Doc said, you always have to sync your heading book as you fly along. So the second the LNAV goes wrong, you can just go click, boom, heading select.
Alan 50367, passing 1200, climbing 6000.
157, I think we've rounded to 158 now.
Continue climb flight level 130.
Expect to be a little higher. Order brake 4 has given us a stop margin of 316 with both reversers. It's going to be interesting. 371 with flap 30. What speeds do they match? Let's have a little look.
Virgin 383.
160, so flap 25, 139.
Sky Traveler 1 Mike Zulu,
yes,
clearance
close enough.
to Kos, Delta 1 Delta departure, runway 27, climb flight level 100, squawk 7012.
Alright, we'll roll the dice, we'll just stick with flap 25, order brake 4, stop margin 316.
Squawk 7012 for Sky Traveler 1 Mike Zulu.
Aiden says I had this issue yesterday, you need to manually fly and use heading mode to intercept the path, or use direct to set the next waypoint. We've tried both of those and both times it hasn't worked. Let's go back to LNAV and see what it does. So instantly it wants to go left.
Exit 4205 Alpha 503 left, clear for takeoff 070 degrees 14 knots.
No, it doesn't. It still thinks that we need to be flying the original route, I think, by the looks of it. It's very confused at this point, so this is going to be interesting. Because if I've got no LNAV, I can't really do an LNAV, VNAV, RNAV approach. Oh dear. Oh, there's a theory actually. I don't know what the stance is really with that, Dan. Actually, I don't know if Phoenix have been A, asked that question, or B, addressed the question. But Dan, they're saying, I'll make a guess. The Phoenix V2 will not be free. They'll complain that it was hard work and it's all MSFS's fault. They use this excuse a lot and therefore had to make a complete overhaul and stuff like that. I've not really thought about that too much, to be honest. Christopher saying, considering how often you need to sync the heading, Boeing should have an automatic function or at least a button to sync like other aeroplanes have. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Especially in the 787s and the more modern aircraft. The element of the Aerosoft CRJ, for example, has got a heading sync button. You press it, sync straight to the direction of travel. So it's crazy that the Dreamliner doesn't have that. There you go. Christopher says that the IAEs would be free like the winglet option.
Expect KOPAR 1 Mike arrival.
Expect KOPAR 1 Mike arrival.
Major Aviator, nobody's bashing Phoenix. People are allowed an opinion. But it also, you've got to remember, you might have read something that someone else might not have read. And therefore, how are they to know? So just explain it in a nice way rather than have some passive aggressive kind of shut down chat.
Expect KOPAR 1 Mike arrival.
KOPAR 1 Mike arrival, Tomjet 724.
Ryanair 281, station runway 1.
Missed approach is in. I'll hold at Lecoq at 3,000. This is at or above. We're going to be at 3,000 ideally for that.
Athena, Καλησπέρα, Aircrew 386 at Athens stand Bravo 36. Request push start and we have Charlie.
Aircrew 386, Καλησπέρα, push start approved facing west.
Approved facing west.
Where have we got now? So near Moldania
radar contact, direct Alfa Romeo Alpha, climb
is below. Beautiful part of Thessaloniki. Really nice hotels down there. And then we'll be over the Aegean Sea. I think I called it the Ionian Sea earlier on. That's my mistake. That's the other side. That's Corfu. But yeah, the Aegean Sea, routing to the northeast of Skiathos. We're going over Skiros, I think, now actually, and routing then direct now to KOPAR.
Hotel and Bravo, holding point Rover 03 left.
Oh, that's a point. KOPAR, Lecoq, Morix. Because it's getting a bit confused, so I just want to check. KOPAR, Lecoq, Kilo Oscar 323. That is not right. 12 miles.
Mallet 1 Foxtrot departure out of runway 34, initial climb at level 80, squawk 7025, your wings to Tango 2.
Okay, now it's giving us a top of descent marker. So this direct 2 is really kind of put the GBs up on the aeroplane, hasn't it? Stansted, from any builds? Just been updated with missing lines and signs, a better hotel building, that's good to know. We were meant to be considering flying out of there for tomorrow, but with the PSU being a bit broken and we can't. I think we were initially going to settle for Dansk to... Where were we? Dansk to Alson Vigra. So I think that's what we're going to be looking at doing. But perhaps maybe in a few days.
Athena, good evening, Ryan 2 Mike, Mike, flight level 312, turning 260 on the altitude.
Runner 2 Mike, Mike, hello, squawk 0055.
0055,
Oops, I'm in track mode still. Keep forgetting that. I'm using track mode here instead of heading mode because there's this 38 knot crosswind. So either we set heading mode and we put the heading bug against that white triangle which is our heading, or we leave track mode active and we keep it on the magenta line, so effectively it's just a nice straight line instead, which would be quite different.
Expecting the Copa 1 Mike arrival on Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
Leaving on a player, have a good day. Benjamin, it's hard to work out. I know there's been a lot of kind of stir and a lot of guesswork in relation to what any builds are talking about when they've said a modern Airbus long hauler. Now, some people have said that that could be an A380, some people have said it's an A350. I'm not really sure. Not really sure which one it would be, to be fair.
Mike, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 360.
Incorrect, Christopher. EasyJet Sim pilot crashed into Gibraltar, and they were 30 minutes ahead of us, and his app crashed, and therefore his aircraft fell out of the sky.
Jan 334, hello, go ahead.
AGN 334 Airbus 320 -8 is position.
Chewy, hello, welcome.
Clearance to Mykonos, flight level 230.
Big boys in town.
Jan 334 cleared Mykonos 641 Bravo departure runway 01, flight level
Great for you to tune in.
6721.
How unexpected. TUI saying they've already announced the A380. I must, you know what? I must have missed so much.
Flight level 180 and squawk 6721.
Because I didn't. I think I must have missed that announcement. My goodness. That's going to create a load of carnage now. When is it going to come out? All that sort of stuff. Yeah, the A380. That's very exciting for mini builds. How that kind of correlates to what maybe Fly-by-Wire are doing with their A380, though I'm not sure. But hopefully that will give Fly-by-Wire a little bit of fire in relation to their development speeds. I mean, their turbulence preview the other day looked really good. Rab's too busy worrying about my PSU. Me too. Every 10 minutes, I kind of have a little look underneath my monitor to see if there's A, smoke, B, sparks. I mean, you guys know, if the stream goes off very suddenly, it's because there's a very large fire in my house. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if I'm being safe, I shouldn't be streaming today. I shouldn't have the computer on at all, full stop. If you're tuning in and wondering what I'm on about, it's because for the last couple of weeks now, maybe a month, whenever I've turned my PC on, bearing in mind this is a brand new rig with a brand new Corsair HX 1200 watt PSU, that's now gone faulty. The PSU is faulting, and there's been a couple of loud bangs and pops, and the other day we turned the PC on for a stream, the spark flew out past my hand. Today I videoed it in slow motion and this massive PSU came flying out. Not PSU, spark came flying out. A little bit daunting. Mathis, hello to you, welcome. Ian, thankfully not. Yeah, they're not making me pay for a new PSU, thankfully. PC Specialist have been really good. The PC's only 3 months old. Effectively, they've got a courier that's coming on Friday to my house to hand deliver a new PSU, but they require me to have taken out the old PSU and all the wiring and then do a swap at the door. It's either that or I've got to send my computer all the way back up to Wakefield and they will have to strip it, replace it, test it, all the rest of it. And they said that could take up to a month, which obviously I don't want to do. Yeah, how's the arm, Chewy? Went to Flight Sim Expo, came back with a broken arm. Is it oversurging? Badger's asking. How would I know? The thing is, it's only when I turn it on that massive bang and spark comes out. But weirdly enough, it's been, touch wood, so far okay throughout the last couple of weeks of streams, in fact, to be honest. But I am monitoring it very closely. I'm being very careful with it. Conscious as well, of course, to make sure that, because the PSU is faulting, it doesn't wreck the entire system. Yeah, I've watched Jay's 2 cents. Justin saying, not sure if you follow Jay's 2 cents, but some of the connectors on the 4090 have torched themselves too. Oh Jesus. Well, that's a bit worrying. I hope not. So basically I'm going to have to take it off and have a little look, aren't I? And I mean, you guys will know if I can't stream on Saturday, it's because A, I've not been able to rebuild the computer properly, or B, I found torched connectors on the 4090. Robin Woods, good evening. Good evening to you in Australia. This is the Kuro, Boeing 787-8. If you are wondering how to get it and you're just tuning in though, you will need to make sure that you've got the 787-10 in Microsoft Flight Simulator's Premium Deluxe Edition. And as we found today, it does have a couple of quirks, like the LNAV being a little bit wonky today now. Now that we've had a direct 2. There's Skiros. Chewy's arm's still attached, that is always a positive. Welcome back, William. Great to have you with us, rejoining as a channel member. Dan says his PSU sometimes pops when turning it on via the switch, so began to leave the switch on and you turn it off at the wall, which seems to have helped. Probably similar issue to me that's developing, but obviously mine's a brand new PSU. Unfortunately mine does it in both scenarios, whether I leave the switch on at the wall and turn the on and off switch on the rocker on the actual PSU, or if I turn that off and off at the wall as well. So I've tried various different things. The PSU is just progressively getting worse. The capacitors are blowing. Andy says the connectors on the 4090 weren't seated correctly, therefore causing a short circuit. Oof. I think if the GPU was having a short circuit, we wouldn't be in the sim at the minute, would we? That's the thing. That's the kind of one positive. Well, I'm going to have a really good look around all the system, all the connectors, to make sure that it's all fine. So there's 2 aircraft there. One of those is the Speedbird. They're over there somewhere. Been told to descend. It's not too far to go now, folks, actually. Top of descent coming into view at 80 miles. So we've got order break 4.
Descent flight level 200.
And we've checked all of our data earlier on as well with the approach. So we know what we're doing for the approach, A, and B, the missed approach. And we've also planned for vacating roughly where we might want to park. Certainly a bit more difficult in the bigger aeroplanes, that's for sure. Just have a little wiggle of this. Keep it on the track. To move it right 1 degree. And this is it's 12:09 in Tarzi. Andy says flew this plane for the first time yesterday. It was bobbing up and down on final, very hard to control. Wind was possibly a factor, but have you seen similar behaviours? Yes. It's a little unsettled on approach, isn't it? Those of you who saw my Kuro V2 video the other day, we did an ILS approach into London Gatwick and found that it was bobbing up and down, a little bit unsettled on approach. So, I mean, I tend, from about 1,000 feet, I tend to turn the auto thrust off and the autopilot off in most aeroplanes, and hand flight in anyway. Unless it's an Airbus, I'll leave the auto thrust in.
Break, Sky Traveler 1 Mike Zulu, proceed direct Kilos.
Direct Kilos, Sky Traveler Mike Zulu.
Etienne 3284, proceed direct Parna, Parna 1.
Chewie, here's a question, because you've got the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke, haven't you? How long did it take for you to get used to the pendular system and the mechanism with it? Because it's very different to what I've ever used. It certainly feels a lot heavier. And with that in mind as well, actually, folks, a bit of a heads up. The landing might be a bit more wonky than usual, a little bit rougher than usual, because I'm really not used to this Boeing pendular Thrustmaster yoke still yet. I think it's going to take a little while, a couple of weeks perhaps, for me to get used to it. But the feel of it, the heaviness of it is remarkable. It's so different.
Nothing else for agent 204.
Agent 204.
Is there any chance for a visual approach from the north and north?
Hey, firm.
Also, thank you. Be advised we will need to be at 1,100 feet north of threshold runway 06.
Tomjet 4 X-ray, correction 4 Echo X-ray, descend flight level 370.
Descend flight level 370, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. 37 sets. And what we're going to do is let the aeroplane work itself out.
Gatwick, Gatwick 1 Bravo departure runway 16, flight level 80, squawk 1754.
We'll leave it at Mach 82. It's not wanting to go down. We'll just use autopilot, it's vertical speed mode, to trigger that. So it's just beginning now to slowly step us down towards Kos. One more thumb up for 100, Andy says.
301 cleared Varik Street Charlie arrival.
Roger, cleared. Varik Charlie arrival, level 301.
Bluebird 801, continue climb flight level 410.
One thing that's probably worth thinking about, because there's 2 aeroplanes on the left on the nav display are also heading to Kos with us. Might be worth having Sam look at
8656, reduce Mach 0.78.
some of the holds. There aren't any charted holds for KOPAR, Lecoq, Kilo Oscar 323 or Morix.
036, Montre Unicom 122.8.
Nor are there any sort of holds for LTAC or Morix on the approach chart. So we'll have a look at the overview arrivals.
3598,
Nothing
descent
there.
flight level 110.
Descent to 101.
Probably because the airport isn't actually that busy in real life, so we've got to. We might have to do a bit of a dynamic hold or something.
204, descent flight level 130.
My goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fantastic. We've got one heck of a fly along today. And the majority of us are all in Dreamliners. This very tiny island of Kos.
Alpha, enter backtrack, line up, runway T4.
How are we doing on Volanta? Jack's doing well, he's already in towards. We've got, to be fair, that's Speedbird 326 is going to Tel Aviv. Justin 8656 ahead of us. We've got MPS 598 in front. Tomjet 50 kilo. Virgin 383 off to Kos, and we've got a load of people up here as well. Ian Osprey 2472, David Tomjet 190, Zato Osprey 78 Tango, Easy 83 Charlie uniform as well.
Ryanair 5 Delta Tango stand for Corfu. Request clearance to Manchester with information Delta.
5
and then Jack all the way up front there.
Clear to Manchester, all got 2 Foxtrot, runway 34, flight level
First time flying into Gaya's Kos, but I don't think it's that impressive from what I've heard from others, and we've removed the statics.
5 Tango Delta, flight level 80.
Chewy saying with the Boeing Thrustmaster yoke, no problems at all personally. I've always preferred it to the push-pull style.
If you have Colson 5
Delta the GA yokes.
But I see 5 Tango Delta.
That's a good point actually, yeah, I could use the published hold at Lecoq for the missed approach, because it should be the same hold. 1 to go. Well, 600 to go now. Justin's loving the dirty TUI. So our next frequency is going to be Kos approach 119.95.
Flight level 130.
So we'll pre-tune that ready. And then for a reminder of the ATIS, we'll bring a parallel 42 float.
Expect KOPAR 1 mic arrival.
Information Delta now. Final time that we check the ATIS, folks. Still runway 32, 290 at 10. QNH 1007. So let's change that while we can.
Expect KOPAR 1 mic arrival.
So 1007, VREFs are set, order break 4 set.
Runner 282 push and start approved, face north.
So what we were saying earlier on in relation to the RNAV approach is that it should allow us to arm approach mode and then effectively fly it like an RNAV version of an ILS approach with LNAV and VNAV. Whether that works or not, I'm not sure now with the LNAV going a bit wobbly. I'm hoping as we pass KOPAR it will trigger back in again. But I'm not 100% certain. Small 1 degree adjustment again on the heading. Justin is there.
242 clear Santorini, Kia to Lima, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 7041.
is properly picked up now for ATC.
Olympic 242 clearance correct. Break, Osprey 8656, descent flight level 150.
Down to flight level 150.
Carlita says, can you show me your VNAV page in the CDU?
Having a few issues with trying to reduce speed to decimal 75. Using speed brakes to control my speed, but yeah, just
that one.
Conscious of that speed request Osprey
8656, initial restriction was for Mach decimal 78, not 75.
Yeah, Mach decimal 78.
Yeah, if that doesn't work, we can't fly the RMP approach dock, which is why we've got as a backup.
Echo X-ray, descent flight level 130.
Send flight level 130, Tomjet 4, Echo X-ray.
AGN234, runway 01, ready for departure.
We've got the VORs tuned in.
Flight
level change, 13,000.
Copy the winds, runway 01, clear for takeoff, AGN324.
Check. Wings to Tango Zulu, ready to go.
We'll go for 260. No, should begin to come down, there it goes.
350 degrees 6 knots.
Azon, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Marcus says, are we doing the return? Unfortunately not. Basically, my dog requires some medication. So we don't, and he's still recovering from a rather major hip surgery. So.
Continue descent flight level 90, turn left heading 090.
Level 90, left 090,
2230.
Good afternoon, Tomjet 8 Foxtrot inbound to
That's alright, we're being stepped down by ATC, so I'm not too worried about VNAV path anymore.
Expect KOPAR 1 mic arrival.
What's your expect for 1 mic for Tomjet 8 Foxtrot?
Marcus Epic. This is a scheduled route on Osprey's, Osprey Airways on New Sky as well, in the VA, so you can fly it if you wish.
Direct BABEG 1090 and on our 34 so next 3 years over.
Hergy, hello.
AGN334 passing 1,200 feet, 641 Bravo depart.
334, continue climb flight level 230.
Continue climb flight level 230, we change to
Athena Καλησπέρα, διαμφωτισμένα, requesting IFAS to Thessaloniki with Delta.
369 Καλησπέρα, clear Thessaloniki, Kotik 2 Alpha, runway 24, 6,000 feet, squawk 7036.
So if you're thinking he sounds busy, it's because Athens radar is covering this entire sector here. So Thessaloniki, all the way to that little blip border of Turkish airspace, all the way down past Rhodes to the edge of Cypriot airspace, and then halfway down the Mediterranean Sea, all the way up the Ionian Sea up to Corfu. So he's covering all of that. Big airports there, of course: Rhodes, Heraklion, Skiathos, always popular, Thessaloniki, Athens, Corfu, Zakynthos, all the rest of it. Super busy. And then we've got Kos approach online for our little dinky airport, Kos International Island Airport. Short runway, we've got a little bit of work to do for it. Thanks, Azon.
Tango Zulu radar contact, direct Alfa Romeo Alpha, climb flight level 350.
Climb level 350, direct Alfa Romeo Alpha, beeline. Correction, your wings to Tango Zulu.
Go to vertical speed mode just to keep the aeroplane, weirdly enough, its solution there was to balloon and climb, which is weird.
Hello,
Top of descent coming in. So we should get an indication of a VNAV path at some point. We'll go for 2-2 and we'll keep the speed at 260, it's descending on idle. A little bit of work to do for us now, just because the LNAV's being a bit wobbly. Asso, no worries at all, buddy. Thanks for replying to me. I've compared Kuro versus Asobo's MCP bottom lights, and Asobo is way less orange, but I'm thankful for what we have. Yeah, I'm sure it may well be the case that Kuro can just change something there with the colour that's displayed. I'm not really sure how they would do it. I'm not great at development brain stuff, but I'm sure it could be done at some point. Jacko's welcome on board. Thanks for subscribing, mate. And the Dreamliner's a bit slippery. with that in mind, we might just need to be a bit proactive with keeping an eye on that speed. I'm happy with it at the moment, but as we get closer and lower, we're going to have to be a bit more proactive in managing the speed, so we might need a bit of spoiler. One of the observations that I've noticed with this is it does look very nose down. Currently we're 3.5 degrees nose down. It seems a lot lower, doesn't it? Perhaps says watch for those trees on short vinyl.
Tomjet 60 kilo, descent flight level 150. 150, Osprey 598, descent flight level 90.
Marcus says, how did you get the GPU for the 788? When I loaded in, the external power was already shown as available. So I just turned them all on slowly, one at a time. But failing that, if you've got GSX, you should be able to open the GSX panel up, go to the next page on the menu of GSX, and then request GPU. It will take a couple of minutes for it to arrive, but then you'll be able to see it park up, and you should, in theory, then be able to connect.
122.8 from Orange to Papa Audio.
Yeah, leaving 242, I'm ready to start the
242 start approved.
Roger, I leave 242.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, descent flight level 110.
Descent flight level 110 for Echo X-ray.
Etienne 204 cleared visual.
Baz, Wookie and Adam, welcome guys. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, you've got to be parked at a gate for the battery, for the external power.
Scandinavian 290, push and start approved, face south.
It's going to be interesting. 110, wasn't it? He'd said, not 11.
To split.
Calling for clearance, standby. Tomjet 60 kilo expedite descent.
This I just realised this Boeing TCA looks almost exactly identical to this, except for this right hand bit. But I suppose they've mirrored it, so you could go left hand seat or right hand seat, and you've always got the buttons in the right place.
Okay, sir, I'll call you back to full established. Thank you.
8 and trader 5%, 5
Yeah, we've got the Gaya Kos and then the static removal mod as well. Stop margin is quite fine for us. We're a big jet for this little airport, so auto brake 4 and full reverse with an accurate touchdown, maybe just before the touchdown zone because it's a short runway, is going to have us with a stop margin of about 300 metres, and we'll vacate right at the end. So we might need to do a little bit of manual brakes.
656, expect hold over Morik.
We'll see what happens. Holds are now being issued.
Direct Morix for Osprey 8626.
It was holds at Morix.
Negative, just expect the hold over Morix.
I expect hold over Morix for Osprey 8626.
And that is charted, by the way, so I said it wasn't, there was no holds earlier, my mistake. There is one. Inbound 085 and then a left turn 265. 1 minute legs.
Tomjet 724, descend to flight level 170.
Or in fact, 3 mile legs.
Descend flight level 170, Tomjet 724.
Specifically.
Ryanair 282, request that.
There's Justin, up there.
Ryanair 282, taxify Alpha, holding point 16.
By Alpha, holding point 16.
Wizard 514, clear to Gatwick, Caristos 1 Lima 03 left, climb 7,000 feet, squawk 5533.
Brackets 280.
Clear to Gatwick by the Kuro 1
It's meant to be an RNAV approach, Hasso, one that I've not tried in this before, so we're trying it for the first time live, but we have lost LNAV, unfortunately.
Wizard 514, clearance correct. Osprey 8656, change of plan, expect hold, correction, enter hold over LURUS, inbound course 110, right hand turn.
Yeah, was just about to query you on that centre. Morix, no information on the hold.
Oh, Justin.
We do have a lead cock with
It's
a
in the stream.
left-hand turn. Please confirm.
I just told you to hold over LURUS, a custom hold. Hold over LURUS, inbound course 110, right-hand turns.
Hold over LURUS, inbound, left-hand turn, Osprey 8656.
Confirm, inbound course 110.
There he is, getting dished his instructions.
Copy that. 110, hold, left-hand turn, Osprey 8656.
He did do the social flag.
So he's been issued basically a non-standard hold, or he's been told by the controller to set up for a specific hold in relation to them managing the traffic. So something that might be outside of what the charts have published. But they're just trying to sort out the sequencing of all the traffic heading in. Those of you who are behind, send flight level 90, Tom Jet 4 Echo X-ray. Those of you who are flying behind, just make sure that you're preparing mentally for a hold at Morix or LURUS. All you've got to do is press hold. It will ask you to select a hold in the FMC, so we can add one in at Morix. I'll do it with us. I'll do it with you guys now, just to show you, and then I'll delete it afterwards. So we'll do Morix in the scratch pad. We'll add it in at the bottom there, and now it asks for the information for that hold. So on the left of your screen, you should be able to see the inset of the approach charts. Inbound 085. 119.950 for approach, Tom Jet 4 Echo X-ray. Thanks for the ATC. Good night.
Bye
bye. Right, yeah. So where were we? 085 with a left-hand turn. So 085/L inbound course. There we go. That gets updated. Leg distance. We can do 3 miles, like so, and it takes the time off. Or you can leave it on a 1-minute leg. But the charts here certainly look like it's a 3-minute leg. Max 185 knots. Speed target altitude on the right, top right is fine. We'll just accept that. And then you can see the hold there, that magenta line. And you'll find hold at Morix input there. I'm going to delete that though.
Osprey 598, continue descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1007.
And I'm going to put LTAC back in place of that discontinuity. Like so.
Olympic 216
Let's speak to him. Course approach.
Olympic 216 from your Roger, sir. Hold position there. I will go.
Holding position.
Course approach, Galispera, Tom Jet 4, Echo X-ray, Boeing 787-8 with Delta. Inbound descending flight level 130 for 90, direct to KOPAR.
Tom Jet 4, Echo X-ray, hello sir. Course descend to flight level 70. And you're clear for the KOPAR 1 mic arrival for runway 32 RMP.
Then you sent flight level 70 and with KOPAR 1 mic arrival on a 32, Object 4 Echo X-ray. It's losing the speed a little bit. Do you notice there the speed bug keeps kind of re-updating itself? Not bad shout hassle actually. Big recycle of that.
Call you on final schedule, Mike Zulu.
Carl, the mod's pretty good. It's working nicely. We've had a couple of issues today though.
598, proceed direct to Morix, descent 4,000 feet. You're clear for the RMP approach, runway 32.
Direct to Morix.
225 will do. Bring a little bit of spoiler out.
On that 4 Echo X-ray, sir, reports passing flight level 90.
We'll go 4 Echo X-ray. Good morning, Delta Tango. Welcome, welcome. How's the little lion? You joined us at a key time. Not sure how this landing's going to go though. Have faith. Back to 5,000.
Bump to 2 Foxtrot.
Let's clear the speed brake.
Message 2 Foxtrot Tango.
Bump to 2 Foxtrot.
Keep an eye on that speed there.
Destination Larky 3
I'm going to set 220 just to keep the power down.
Line flight level 80. Stroke for you will be
coming up to 10,000 feet now. Jackos, it's Valanta. Valanta stream overlay.
Cleared
Kos
to
24 DME.
Manchester, Larky 3 Alpha departure, initial climb, flight level 80, and all we got for the
Michael says, hello, I used to fly Pro to fix the RNAV issue.
2003.
How did you do that?
2003 for 2 Foxtrot Tango, cheers.
Bump to 2 Foxtrot Tango, clearance is correct.
I'm going to go back to LNAV mode because I'm curious to see if it takes us back. Now it's had a couple of minutes with me in heading mode to kind of sort itself out. It's going to be the decider really for us. Lights.
Pump to 426 to continue via Alpha, we'll call you for your gate.
Signs.
Roger, continue via Alpha.
Okay, look, LNAV's back on.
Sky level 1 Mike Zulu, wind 290 degrees 10 knots, runway 32, you're cleared to land, vacate Alpha.
Could you land runway 32, vacate Alpha 1, schedule...
220 will be fine.
Tom at 4262, welcome to Kos Air. After Alpha, taxi, the first pound, number 1 for you.
That's stand number 1, Tomjet 4262.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-rays through flight level 90.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, continue descent to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1007, report 7,000 feet.
Send 5,000, report 7,000, QNH 1007, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray. I think I have to get rid of the music now because it's. I actually feel like the pressure's mounting. Just in case the heading bug is needed, we'll keep it in line. We'll go back to heading mode.
The arriving traffic, it's Sky Travel Boeing 737. Back to runway 01.
Max 200 knots at Morix.
Behind the landing, Sky Travel 737, backtrack runway 32 via Alpha 1.
Interesting.
Cross reports, good afternoon, Jet 60 Kilo, it's 787, the information Delta QNH 107, review flight over 150, copper 1 Mike arrival.
Tomjet 60 Kilo, hello sir, Kos, continue descent to flight level 110, clear, KOPAR 1 Mike arrival.
Little click there just to sort itself out.
Flight over 110,
Because weirdly enough, the speed bug got stuck at 230. Tomjet 4 Echo X-rays through now 6,500 feet.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, rotor sir, continue descent to 4,000 feet over Morix, you are clear for the RMP approach, runway 32.
4,000 feet and over Morix, cleared RMP approach 32, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray.
Osprey 598, confirm now on Morix 4,000.
Justin, oh, left engine failure. My goodness, that's not good. What happened?
Osprey 598 at 5,000 feet.
Osprey 598, descent to 4,000 feet and you're clear for the RMP.
Descent to 4,000 feet.
We'll go to 225. Let's arm the speed brake. Check the parking brake is off. One final check of the VREF. It's actually slightly different now. Flap 25, 140. And I'm going to bring up with FMS2. We're going to bring in the legs page to assist us with any missed approach that we might get.
Next report, passing flight level 900.
Just in PAC-X failures on board.
Okay,
So I try to avoid stuff like that, certainly on VATSIM, because it means that they trigger a lot more frequently than they otherwise would in real life.
Alright, back it is, schedule Mike Zulu.
Here we go.
Level 1 Mike Zulu,
Oh,
welcome to Kos Air Taxi
look at that.
via Alpha to stunt number 3.
The number 3 via Alpha Schedule 1 Mike Zulu, thank you.
Not long to go now at all, folks. And interestingly enough, it's not letting me take screenshots anymore. How strange. Is there another keybind for taking screenshots beyond the Xbox overlay?
Clear for takeoff, runway 32, Olympic 216 from you.
Course approach, Osprey 598 on final, need to descend.
Osprey 598, sir, you are clear for the RMP, so that means that you descend according to the profile. Report the one on final, correction, 5 nautical miles.
F12 maybe. Ooh. That feels like a risk in MSFS, doesn't it?
Clear to runway 32.
Windows key print screen, Alfie Nichols says.
Final contact 5 miles left. Osprey 7.
Osprey 598, just to make sure, sir, you don't have a clearance for landing. It's just clear for the RMB, descend according to the profile. Report 115 nautical miles on final.
Okay, let's focus then, as soon as we've lost that. Kos is there. Terrain ahead.
Passing 9,000.
Standard 60 kilo rotor, sir, continue descent to 5,000 feet, taking F1007, report passing flight level 70.
Okay, since 5,000, connect from 007, for passing flight level 70, 200 kilo.
We'll go for 192, keep the
Course approach, Osprey 598.
speed up max 200 at 4,000.
Course approach, runway 32.
Click the collar to 35.
Osprey 598, wind 290, the gauge 10 knots,
We'll go flap 5.
You are cleared to land.
Clear to land, Osprey 598.
That's MPS.
Olympic 216 Romeo, climbing initially 8,000 by the SID.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, clear for the RMB runway 32, report on final.
Good RMP 32, report final, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray.
Olympic 216.
Keep smashing the like button, folks, if you're enjoying this.
Passing 3,000 feet, proceed direct to KOPAR.
4,000. He's now cleared us for the RMP, so we'll follow the profile.
Flight level 80,
Go vertical speed mode.
KOPAR.
We'll go for a gentle descent. We only need 200 foot per minute. We'll keep the heading bug turning. $180. Pretty much skirting around 10 miles at the minute. That fixed ring there is 10 miles from the VOR, not necessarily the threshold though. $180.
Tomjet 60 kilo, speed to correction 190.
Yeah, we've just set 190,
About 15. Here we go. Absolutely no idea what I'm about to expect, but we'll give it a go.
Olympic 216 Romeo, contact Athena radar frequency 129er675.
129er.675. Thank you very much for the ETC. Have a good afternoon.
Tomjet 60 kilo, sorry, 5,000, I think I'll at 7,000.
Tomjet 60 kilo, descend to 4,000 feet over Morix, clear for the RP runway 32.
25, turning inbound. Runway course 323.
Over Morix, towards the minimum, 26 kilo.
cross approach, little accident.
Final checks.
Service, disconnect.
Lights and signs, gear down, flap 15.
Thank you, sir, for flying.
180. Approach mode active. We got FAC and glide path. There we go. So there's the kind of false ILS for the RNAV approach that we were expecting. We'll do 400 foot per minute just to smooth it out. And there's the runway. Here we go.
Descending through flight level 170 for 9,000, declaring emergency left engine failure.
Jeez. That Mayday.
Osprey 58656, continue descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1007, cleared KOPAR 1 Mike arrival.
Flap 20.
Descend to 5,000.
You haven't said the magic Mayday words.
KOPAR 1 Mike arrival for runway 32, Osprey 8656.
Subject 4 Echo X-rays on final.
Subject 4 Echo X-ray, Roger, wind 2900 degrees 10 knots, runway 32, you're cleared now.
Clear land 32, subject 4 Echo X-ray. Look at that, there's that weird bobbing. Don't like that at all.
And Osprey 8656,
very uncertain there, isn't it? It's incepting that glide path. We're keeping a really strong eye
R&D visual
on
approach
this.
for runway 32, Osprey 8656.
323, 145.
Osprey 8656, Roger, sir. Expect to descent
brakes on, that's all good.
Okay. Altitude in about 5 minutes. You will be cleared.
Yes, love it. How'd you get away with that every time? Okay, so now we're flying an RMP approach. Hands off, not worrying about anything. Looking really good. Little trip into Kos. For the first time on the channel actually as well. Let's focus on the arrival. So, control visualizer. My throttles, where are they at the minute? About 40%. Very scenic, isn't it? Very similar to Mykonos as well, but with a lot less terrain, it being not so much right wall on top of you.
Still onto the 4,000?
17145. A little bit more power.
0 kilo, sir. Yes, maintain 4,000 feet and expect to go around due to the emergency.
Rate of descent.
Okay, we're set to go around between 4,000 feet.
Somebody been warned for a go around for the emergency behinds.
Osprey 8656 descent to
get down 3 green speed X arms with signs on, order brake 4.
When passing 3,000 feet.
Autopilot off.
Yeah, currently descending
so
through,
hand flying the aeroplane now.
Down to 5,000 for Osprey 8656.
Osprey 8656, Roger, sir, descend to 1,500 feet and expect to the clear correction, expect the visual approach of runway 32.
Little change in pitch there. That's actually to reduce our speed, not the rate of descent.
For Osprey 8656 and expecting visual
first time flying live with the TCA Boeing yoke and my honeycomb Bravo.
Maintain altitude 4,000 feet.
Bit proactive there with the throttle. Actually kind of almost sort of floated us up a little bit.
AFM, Tom 60 kilo, go around, sir, maintain 4,000 feet.
Okay, go around and maintain 4,000 feet.
Those trees. My goodness. We can't land short then.
Course director, Version 33 with you, flight level 90.
Jeez. Good job we're high.
Oh. Version 383.
Version 383, hello sir.
My goodness, I thought that was bad.
70 and you're clear for the
those trees were very distracting. Okay.
Flight level 70, we're cleared for the
order brakes active and reverse green.
From the 60 kilo, follow the missile approach procedure after
my goodness, 50 knots, we can come off here.
Okay, we're probably supposed to be off course.
Yeah, that was quick. That was a rapid flare at the end, just to kill the energy. But 280 foot per minute on the touchdown zone, but slightly off to the right hand side. Hey ho, not too bad, I guess. 1.34 G in a bounce. This Boeing yoke's going to get needs a bit of getting used to, doesn't it?
Tom 2 Fox Tango pushback and Salva is approved, facing to the south, QNH 1007.
Runway tunnel flights
Approved, face the
off,
south for
strobes off.
Tomjet
Let's come off here.
2 Foxtrot Tango.
Oh, just about worked out great, didn't it? Tomjet 4 Echo X-rays vacated.
Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, Roger, welcome to Ghost Taxi Alpha to stand number 4.
Right, Alpha, stand 4, Tomjet 4 Echo X-ray, thanks. We don't have any in the scenery.
The chosen position is
well, that'll do, we'll just do 4A. Yeah, Gian, why not? Okay. So, flaps up. Speed brake, disarmed, APUs all active, nose wheel lights, lights and signs all on, set as required.
Turning for final, runway.
Sam's overhead, there he is.
Flight level through 3000 down to 1500.
Let's go onto a bit of a quicker drone camera here.
Continue with a visual approach, report when on final 5 nautical miles.
Look at that.
Visual approach, runway 32, we'll report on final, Osprey 86.
So rudder sensitivity, ground steering is a little bit oversensitive to be fair with this. But beyond that, this is great fun. A couple of quirks with the LNAV, but nothing we can't work around anyway. Stand 4. That'll be right. We can just take over. Taxi lights off. APU is good, not anyway. Let's turn that on. Traffic, terrain.
Present 383, proceed direct to Morix.
APU's good.
Direct Morix,
and turning into park. This is a default. What do you call it? A default. No, a custom GSX profile. Oh, lovely. Look at that little church on the hill.
8656, speed is yours, and wind 29 to gate 10 knots, runway 32, you're clear now.
Runway 32, clear to land, Osprey 8626.
Roll the trucks. Justin's coming in with no engine. Waving us in. Here we go. Brakes, giving us a wave, and engines off. Yes, I did crash into a cone. I still blame the GSX profile.
We don't know where GSX has taken us at this point.
That wasn't a very good parking. I stopped when you told me to.
Don't 2 Fox Tango, that's why, because you're in the old terminal, that's why. Anyway,
right, let's quickly watch Justin. He's got single engine approach and landing in an A330 to commit to. Those trees are in a really bloody terrible place, aren't they?
Nowhere Bravo 2 is a whole Bravo 2 for Tomjet 2.
That made it very difficult actually. I got very distracted by that, hence the poor...
Tomjet 2 Fox Tango, you are the next for departure. So hold position there. I'll call
touchdown there. Hopefully New Sky haven't hit us too strong with it.
When ready to taxi, can you give us a couple of minutes just so we can start our engines just before we're just...
Once he's touched down, we'll fire up...
Inbound, we don't really want to use as much fuel as we can.
Look at that. Showing a crab as well for the approach. We'll fire up GSX. Oh my god. Whoa! I think that's down. I think we need new wheels. The trees aren't really there in real life, New Boy. It's just a problem that they've got with the aircraft. Over the airport scenery, they've not actually excluded them.
As soon as possible. And thanks again for the AGC.
You're welcome, sir. Osprey 8656, to the right, Alpha 1, taxi via Alpha.
Interesting to see it being engine off and actually crabbing.
Vacating Alpha Osprey 8666, and that was that was something else. Osprey 86.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
No, it's not. Nothing's too small. Okay, let's start deboarding.
Jump to 2 Fox Tango, sir. Just make us a call when you're fully ready for depart.
soon as the engine starts, we should be fully ready for Tomjet 2 Fox Tango.
Roger.
Single engine rab, yeah.
Okay.
Technical coach. Tomjet 490, hello sir, course descent to flight level 70.
Right, let's go to New Sky. We'll turn off the tracking of our virtual airline flight. We'll have a look. I would imagine we've got a low score for that touchdown. $67,000 profit. What? Average touchdown. I'll take that. Short landing. That's required though for that approach. We had to. And off centerline landing. Yeah, yeah, that's my fault. Hey, you know what? That's not too bad. 1.43 G. That's probably more realistic than what the parallel 421 gave me, to be fair. But yeah, not bad. That's the biggest amount of profit on a short haul route I've had before.
Exit the hold, proceed direct to Morix, and maintain 4,000.
Right, what do we got here?
Do again, 60 kilo.
Stop at 60 kilo, maintain 4,000 feet from present position, exit the hold, proceed direct to Morix.
Passengers boarding started.
Okay, present position to Morix, 4,000 feet, 260 kilo.
There's something about that dirty looking livery that does look really good, doesn't it? Not so much the bit on the wings, but the actual paint scheme here is probably the most realistic one that we've seen in Flight Sim so far. Justin's going for a long tour of the airport. Yeah, he's off. Never flying again, he says.
Stop at 490, continue descent to 5,000 feet, can 81007.
5,000.
Here we go. Got anyone on final yet? Not yet.
Tomjet 2 Foxtrot Tango is fully ready for departure.
Tomjet 4
we've got an interior for this.
2 Foxtrot Tango.
We do a little bit.
Back to runway 32 and be ready.
Not the most amazing, that's pretty poor.
Bucko will be ready for an immediate departure for Tomjet 2 Fox Tango. And was that taxi Bravo 2?
Is there a tower?
And also wind 29 to the gate 10 knots, around 132, you're clear for takeoff.
Here we go.
Bravo 2 backtrack runway 32.
Wow.
We are cleared takeoff runway 32 immediately for Tomjet 2 Fox Tango.
And approach good evening, Osprey 78 Tango Golf at 9,000 inbound waypoint Mopar.
So there is, by the way, in relation to the trees, folks, there is a mod that you can download on flightsim.to for Kos, which is actually a tree removal mod as well, which is a bit annoying because the Gaya Simulations Kos Airport scenery that we've got here, you then also need to download a static removal mod, and then also need to download a tree removal mod as well, which is a bit frustrating. It means there's a lot to do. You better backtrack quick, there's one on final now. 8 miles. Oh, this is going to be tight. Let's spot him from... It also doesn't remove that static aircraft there. Runway texture's stunning. Okay, here we go. Let's watch him. No landing rebate, Durbeck, unfortunately. We've got lots of people to watch and land, so we're making sure that we can get all of that sorted and watch everyone else. Yeah, there's a tree remove mod. I didn't try it because I know some of them can be a bit problematic.
472, hello sir, course descent to flight level 80 and expect to hold over Morix.
80 and hold over
Crazy.
Morix for 2472.
Virgin 383 is inbound, Tomjet 490, Tomjet 460 kilo. Zarto 78 Tango, Golf, Easy 83 Charlie Uniform, Osprey 755, Tomjet 724, all flying inbound, my goodness. Inhuman Reactions flying in as well, Tomjet 8 Foxtrot further up, joining the queue. So he's coming in for the quick one.
490, hold over Morix as published left turn.
Okay. I don't see a published one, but holdover marks, roger.
Delta Tango says this looks like a lot like US ATC lately. Just put everyone on the runway at the same time just to save time. That sort of stuff does happen a lot, doesn't it?
Over MODIX, you're clear for the RMP approach runway 32. Report on time.
Yeah, haven't heard him for a long time. In fact, in Human Reactions, I had to double check the username. I did wonder. Right, he's going for an immediate takeoff. This is no doubt going to be Toga, maybe flap 15 for this takeoff, perhaps even flaps 20. Here he comes. No roar of the sound of his engines yet though. Marcus getting air. Whoops. Getting airborne. Here we go. He's running out of runway. Oh. He's off. My goodness. Unrestricted climb.
Osprey 2472, proceed direct to Morix.
Zoom.
Hold over there with left turn.
Oh, trying to kind of like rub my eyes then. I'm watching an F-35 at Lakenheath. Or a TUI Dreamliner at Kos. Hey Justin, that's all that matters. Absolute rocket. More passengers.
And Osprey 78 Tango.
Kos is beautiful, isn't it?
Maintain flight level 80, flight level not altitude with a standard QNH.
Flight level 80, standard QNH, Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
And Osprey 2472, descend flight level.
Right,
70.
I'm going to set up my camera right here. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes, folks, because I've got to give my dog his medication at 4 PM. And it's exactly 4 PM now. So we are overrunning a little bit. But I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to spend about... It's going to take me 5 minutes-ish to sort out his medication. He's got 3 tablets to take. But this should give us a good view of the approach, the aircraft landings and all that sort of stuff as well. We've got one aeroplane after the next, after the next, after the next. You guys to watch. Kuro 787, John, actually working pretty well. Late landing clearance, look at that. Enjoy the landings. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes. Got to sort the dog out.
Tomjet 2 Fox Tango passing 6,000.
Thunder 2 Fox Tango, sir, continue climb flight level 130 and contact Athena frequency 129.67.
Continue climb 130 and contact Athena 129.675 for Tomjet 2 Fox Tango.
Project 602 and final fleet call.
Process, continue the approach. Break, version 383, report time vacated. Version 383.
Vacated, Bravo 32.
Thunder 60 kilo, wind 290 degrees 10 knots, runway 32, you're cleared now.
Please run going 6, quick run move 36 on the 600.
Thunder 490, exit the hold, proceed direct to Morix, cleared for the RMP approach runway 32. Descend to 4,000 feet.
It's set 4,000, exit the hold, get down to Butcher.
Thunder 490, direct to Morix, sir.
Direct to Morix.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf requesting descent.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf, sir, hold over barracks, correction, Morix as filed with the left turns and maintain for the moment flight level 80.
Alright, we'll hold Morix and we'll maintain altitude. Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
Southwest 4990, report, sir, 1 over Morix.
Report over Morix, top jet 490.
Osprey 2472, descend to 5,000 feet, 281,006, and make us a report for 105,000.
Descend to 5,000, QNH1006, and report wind at 5,000, Osprey 2472.
Bingo, we are back. So, how was Elk's touchdown? I feel like I've just missed something, Mega. Where's the landing gear bounce? RIP landing gear. Oh my god. What did I miss? I'm gonna have to let me bring my stream up on my phone. I'm gonna have to rewind my own stream on my phone. Good old YouTube.
Passengers bus is
Who's this flying in now? There we are. Thanks for waiting, by the way, folks. So it's important. I didn't miss my dog's medication schedule. It's he's on quite a few meds, bless him. All designed to kind of make sure he's not in pain post hip replacement. Oh, what the? Where's he gone?
Top jet 490
Oh, it's an uphill landing.
Roger, sir. Continue with the LMP. Report when I'm fine.
Passengers to board and silent.
Top jet 490.
Looking good. Absolute crazy through the trees. Okay, now I can see Elk's replay as well. Oh my god, yeah, did the same under the thing. No landing gear.
And cause approach, Osprey 2472, is that 5,000 feet?
Osprey 2472, roger.
Oh my god. And then he put the landing gear out. Jesus Christ. Virgin won't be calling for a job offer anytime soon, that's for sure. How are we doing on the apron? Some of the big stands are all almost taken now, aren't they? Look. Stand 3's available. Stand 10. David's now cleared to land.
Course approach, Sunjet 724, information Foxtrot.
Cheers, Justin. Have a good one. Hope you enjoyed it. Nice work with the single engine approach.
Sunjet 724.
Sunjet 724, hello sir, coast flight level 80, you're clear for the KOPAR 1 mic arrival for runway.
Here we go, next one. One in after the next.
Descend to flight level 80, cleared KOPAR 1 mic arrival for 32, Sunjet 724.
Zarto's showing in as well, 78 Osprey 78 and 789. Oh no, he's being vectored overhead. He's up there somewhere. Oh, there's Zato, a little blip in the sky. They're obviously still being vectored by approach. He's got his work cut out mega today. Still in the hold. Doc's going to get bopping.
2472,
The Hallman don't go.
To 4,000 feet, QNH 1007.
4,000 feet, QNH 1007, Osprey 2476.
Ah, Carlito, no worries. Can't get in trouble with work, of course. See if we can find a better spot. Look how downhill that is. Good grief. Literally the edge of a cliff.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1006.
Here it comes.
QNH 1006, Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Yes, they may have a night stop.
Osprey 755 at 9,000 feet direct.
Slight crosswinds. You can see there in the windsock.
KOPAR.
Tom's at 724, maintain flight level 80, continue direct to KOPAR, and you're clear for the KOPAR 1 mic arrival from runway 32.
Cleared for the KOPAR 1 mic arrival, Osprey 755.
Coast Director, Logan 383, requesting IFR clearance to Gatwick, please.
Logan? Crikey. Wesley, hello.
Logan 383, sir, yeah, clear to Gatwick, Lark 3 Alpha, runway 32, initially climb flight level 80, scope for you 7201.
Initial climb 80, squawk
Remember for
7201,
29
Logan
months?
383.
My god, is that how long we've been doing this for?
Lark 383, confirm Lark 3
Doesn't feel that long.
Logan 3 Alpha departure for Logan 383, and key was to confirm the squawk is 7201.
Affirm.
Yep, roger, squawk 7201, Logan 383.
Here we go.
Pilots to boarding starting.
And Logan 383 is ready for departure.
Yeah, the trees make it incredibly difficult, this.
Logan 383, roger, approved.
You kind of think you're all nice and stable, then you realise all those trees are actually in your way, and therefore you have to land a little long, so yeah, you can't really do anything but fly through them. Whoa! Whoa!
And Osprey 2 for
oh,
2 over the morning.
There goes the wing!
Report when on
jeez!
And over marks clear to the RMP, report when established for Osprey 2476.
Love it.
At 724, proceed direct to Morix 7, hold over there, start with
there we are. That aeroplane will be staying on maintenance for a little while.
Director Morix, hold.
There is no way he's flying that all the way to Gatwick.
Logan 383 ready for taxi.
Huh?
Logan 383, roger, taxi via Alpha, hold short Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha, hold short Alpha 1, Logan 383.
And actually, Logan 383, sir, you're cleared for backtrack runway 32. Report ready for departure.
Yeah, clear for backtrack runway 32, clear for departure, Logan
I'm
383.
confused as to where he spawned. Is that elk?
And Tom to 490, welcome to Kos Airport, take right turn, Alpha 2, and Alpha for time number 3.
I didn't catch the stand, Tomjet 490.
Yeah, we'll call the mechanics.
Say again, Tom to 490.
Nicely saved. Really nicely saved.
Yes, of course, sir. Tom to 490, taxi on number 3.
And that windsock is the other way around. How weird.
Uh, 490, confirm stand number 3.
I'm not understanding, sir. Stand number 10?
3.
Stand at 490, stand number 3.
Stand number 3. Roger.
Little dinky ATR, one of my favourites. Great fun in MSFS. Logan Air, in fact, now as well, folks. Those of you with the ATR and you like to do the real ops, Logan Air have now taken delivery of some brand new ATR 72-600s operating routes from Glasgow.
Descend to 4,000 feet.
4,000, 78 Tango Golf.
And he's about to use his prop wash to blow the wing debris away. How many have we still got waiting? Got loads in the pattern still. Holding. My goodness. Let me show you Volanta real quick. Everybody's all over the place. Kos. 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 Mykonos. Kos. Whoa.
Initially climb to flight level 80, scope 20.
Insane. Oh. And Eurowings 2 Tango Zulu, LGKR to Kos. About to join the carnage. He has no idea. 7, my goodness. Try not to get in their way, Elk. They're all flying really patiently in the holds.
Overmarks cleared the RNT approach runway 32, Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
And cause approach Osprey 2472, establish realm for the RNP for runway 32.
Here comes Ian.
Roger, continue approach, I will go.
Matthew, 800, great fun. A couple of bugs. Tried to trip us up a few times. Certainly with the direct to the transition into the star. Kind of lost it a little bit, but he got it back. No, Cythera. It's Elk doing some mad ting.
Tomjet 724, descend to flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, Tomjet 724.
Exactly, Wesley. Favourite series of airports for me: Greece, 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 Greece. You forget New Zealand and Greece. Scotland's airline cannot fly this far, but he's giving it a go anyway. ETA Glasgow, 18 hours, 7 refuels. Oh, oh God! Oh my God! Oh jeez, yeah, he didn't do his performance calculations. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Okay, there it goes.
6,000 feet, QNH 1006. Tomjet
Okay,
724.
we're definitely going to start to upset the controllers. Oh my God. We can't do stuff like that.
5, where you texted me.
I've got no words. Oh dear.
Osprey 755, hello sir, Kos, proceed direct to Morix, hold up
R.I.P.
and maintain flight level 70.
Direct to Morix and hold at Morix and maintain flight level
0.
I
apologise to the controllers. We're not all that reckless.
Osprey 2472, wind 280 degrees 1 to north, runway 32, you're clear to land.
Jesus Christ.
Clear to land runway 3 to Osprey 78 Tango Golf.
Back to the proper flying. Here comes Zato. No, he's not making it to Glasgow. I don't know what gave it away. Zoom zoom. The trees aren't there. Oh, that looked heavy. Even the dog's barking. There we go. Nicely done. There's a little dinky Condor with its tea towel livery. Landing so heavy the dog started barking.
472 is exiting the active runway at Alpha 1.
Osprey 2472,
who else have we got?
Welcome to Kos, taxi via Alpha, to sound number 10.
Taxi by Alpha to stand 10, Osprey 2472.
That was Zato, so then I think...
Tomjet 724, continue descent
There we go.
to 5,000 feet, can 810.
Tomjet 724's next.
Descend 5,000 feet, Tomjet 724.
Crikey, we've got so many in. Oh, Zato's next. Is that just... No, that wasn't Justin, that wasn't Ian. I think who that was. MPS Gaming got a rating of 2.63. Still made profit though, that's some good skills. Stable approach off centre line landing, long landing and comfortable touchdown at 2G. Late landing configuration below 350 feet.
Fucking amazing flying.
Wesley, thank you buddy. Oh my god.
Best stream ever, everyone here are bloody legends.
Appreciate the super chats, thank you very much. Almost as much profit that MPS Gaming made for Osprey today. Apologies to the language. I thought, you know what, it didn't ping up in text, I had to double check then and think to myself, my god, did I actually just hear that?
Hello, sir, course to maintain flight level 900, you're clear.
Because we don't have a...
maintain course and
a replay. This is the approach. So if we're on 2 red 2 white, which is here, the trees are really in the way. Hence why we had to go to 4 white to keep us clear of the trees, and then kind of sink it. But I did kind of did blow it. But if we remain, where's 2 red 2 white? Let's try and suss this out. Yeah, look at that. Oops. Fat fingers. My god, I'm so rubbish at the drone camera.
Osprey 78 Tango Golf, just make sure wind 280 degrees mountain out strong with 32, you're clear to land.
Yeah, look at that. If we were 2 red 2 white, we would be right in them trees to maintain a good touchdown. Ow, come on, useless anyway. On a windy day, I'd imagine this would be as tricky as Mykonos, perhaps, with the wind blasting up over the hill there.
Tomjet 724, descent to 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Tomjet 724.
Here we go, next pilot in. Is this MPS? I think it might be. Kari, the 21 Neo is you. Epic. Where are you flying to today? Matthew Pressey says it's not a hard landing, it's a runway surface integrity check. Very important to carry out on new runways. Air Algerie did that today, or yesterday, didn't they? With their A330 and wrecked, melted a load of their tyres in a runway surface integrity check.
Roger. Contact 5 Kilo, sir, I need you to cancel your pushback clearance. The reports are going ready for pushback again.
I thought that looked a bit offset. To start to run. Whoa. I mean, for those of you without the tree mod, like that, the one that I've got here with the trees in the way, you just have to land a little higher than usual, maybe. Have 4 white on the pappies, just visually gauge your distance, unless you can fly through the trees like that. Ooh, ooh. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it, and he's down. Oh, oh my god. With a bounce. And a skid. Oh, and a tail strike. Love it. That's a hat trick.
724 over Modix, you're clear for the RMP approach for runway 32, report 1 final.
Yeah, I think that's meant to be the Black Shark AI doing its magic, Matthew, but obviously it can't work that out. But Bearing in mind this is, I was saying earlier on, this is a Gaya Simulation payware scenery. You would think Gaya Simulations would have put an exclusion there to prevent the trees being there, because that's pretty lazy of them. I mean, they've not even removed the duplicate windsock. One of them's facing the wrong way. Just lazy. Absolutely lazy. It wouldn't take much for them to actually do it, to be honest. Would it? But I suppose if you're releasing something and then just abandoning the payware to make a load of money, then I guess it is what it is. Ah, Ian, that's pretty good still. The profit's mega. Great job. Yeah, 8.64 is still really good. Tropic Diver's just landed as well. He's gone to Malmo from Baku in the 748. He's just made $50,000 in New Sky for our virtual airline. Justin got his emergency declared.
For
those of you on New Sky, the 787 that I was flying is now available for the scheduled service back to Gatwick. If you're looking at flying it somewhere, it needs to go back to Gatwick now. So there's an option for some pilots. It would literally take 3 minutes to do in dev mode, Matthew. Yeah, I could do it. I had to do it for my denim freeware scenery years ago. That rubbish bit of freeware that I created. Zati says that me with a tail strike had a sudden wind gust. Oof. I mean, it's more of a crosswind now, look, than it was earlier. Ah, David, no worries at all, buddy. What's next time? I wouldn't worry about the bad scores on New Sky either. Where the chuffing neck did he go? Oh, there he is. Maybe VATSIM's being a bit weird today, struggling to work out where these aeroplane positions are. But he's down. A321 Neo.
Osprey 755 descent to 4,000 feet now.
Lovely. There we are, sitting proud on the apron. Oh. Max brakes, full right.
Descent to 4,000 feet.
Take the apex.
Hold and yeah. Osprey 755.
And actually, Osprey 755, you can now exit the hold.
Not doing too bad actually here.
So you are now cleared over Morix, clear for the RMP approach runway 27.
Space. Some of the guys have jumped off already.
Short final.
Clear for the RMP runway 27. I'm going to exit the hold at Morix. And we'll report on short final. Osprey.
Look at that. That is absolutely gopping. I think it was a handbrake turn, yeah. Thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far.
Kos approach, Osprey 2472 is at the gate. Thanks very much for the AGC. Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Atlantis says I'm downloading X-Plane right now. I've got MSFS. Hey, then you got the best of both worlds. Matthew Presley saying the A321 Neo is a neat plane. The Leap 1As blew me away. Used bleed air to prevent engine stalls during transient power. Cool little thing. I will have to Google that to understand what it means. That sounds quite smart though. You mean like rapid, I assume you mean like rapid power change, where you could potentially stall the turbofan, or stall the turbine or whatever it is. It uses then bleed air to keep it going. That is really smart. And is that like an automatic feature then?
At the 8 Foxtrot descent to 5,000 feet.
Here we go.
1006.
Next one coming in.
5 in the kilo, we are unable to find the disconnected interconnector Marcel will call you for your taxi. SRB 91 kilo, descent flight level 70.
Descent for level 70, SRB 91 kilo.
Jet 742.
Managed completely by FADEC. That's really smart. It's a feature I didn't know that existed on those. So that, in theory, there should also be it should also be on the A320 Neo as well, right? With the Leap 1 Ace. He's gone gear down there.
Direct to Morik.
Direct Morik, clear.
Ian says, I noticed my Osprey A330-900 was a plain white livery too, same as Justin earlier. Weird. We might have to take a look at the Headwind A330 Neo livery for Osprey Airways then, see if it's got any issues. Maybe it's got an issue with AI, but I'm sure we've seen it before, haven't we?
4,000 feet, can 8100.
Roger, continue descent 4,000.
Ah, fair enough, Matthew. How are you getting on with all the training as well for the type change? There we go, ignore the trees.
91 kilo, descent to 5,000 feet, Canadian 1006 and hold over the Morix as published, the left end.
Oh, he's down. I reckon all of these have got the default scenery. That's the big discrepancy there with the way the touchdown is all looking for us. But
A firm, it's a left turn.
Matthew saying the Airbus A320 family, such an easy plane to fly, flows, call-outs, profiles, etc. all much simpler than the Boeings. Yeah, I guess it takes a lot of the workload and a lot of the thought process away from you.
Are you going to proceed with the visual?
Osprey 755,
say again.
Osprey 755 negative.
Continue the desert, sir, because...
yeah, some of the guys flying on today are on X-Plane with the Dash 9.
Roger, Osprey 75.
How many more have we got in?
Atlantic Kilo Oscar, descent flight level 70.
70, Atlantic Kilo.
Tomjet 8 Foxtrot.
Tomjet 724, cleared on Alpha 1.
And Osprey 755. Oh, and finessed as well. In an A319.
Welcome to Kosher Taxi via Alpha to spot
There's so many pilots flying in.
Alpha to spot 10, Tomjet 724.
And Osprey 755, yes, I think that you're now turning for the LMP. Thank you. Wind 280 degrees.
Fish guns, it is, yes. There are a couple of issues that we had with it, so if we just dive back into the flight deck for a moment. We had a direct 2 from just prior to Thessaloniki, skipping a number of waypoints all the way to the transition into the Star, and that bugged out the LNAV a lot, which meant we had to go to heading select mode, flicked over to track mode, so then we maintained the track all the way to the waypoint that we were given the direct to, because it got really confused by that. But it then kind of figured itself out after about 20 minutes. And again, it was really fine. That was the only kind of hiccup that we had with it, really. Being a little bit juddery. But otherwise, really enjoyable and certainly very good to fly. And I mean, ultimately, it's freeware. So for those of you with Premium Deluxe, and you already have Dash 10, it's perfect.
Whiskey Bravo, information Foxtrot.
And you have nothing to lose by trying it either, to be fair. What have we got? So the next one's now coming in.
Under 77 Whiskey Bravo, course, proceed direct to Morix, descent, actually maintain flight level 90, and you're clear for the KOPAR.
I'm going to do something different here with this one. I'm going to raise that one up to 70. So we get a rapid spin of the drone camera.
Same for you, sir. You're clear for the Kilos 1 Mike arrival for runway 3.
And we'll have threshold cam. Is an Osprey Boeing 737. Good choice.
Sorry, go ahead, Wings to Tango Zulu.
Wings 2 Tango Zulu, sir. You're clear for the Kilos 1 Mike arrival. Continue with your direct to Morix and make us a report when on flight level 80.
Roger, so cleared Kilos 1 Mike, proceed direct to Morix, and we report when reaching flight level 80, Wings to Tango Zulu.
That's pretty smart, Matthew. Yeah, that's very, very clever. Airbus seem to knock it out of the park, really, with some of the big brain stuff that they can do. You were basically at the paddock in Kos. He hasn't got his gear down. That's really worrying. I think we're about to have another hull loss. Who is it? Uh-oh. No gear. No gear. Oh well, I tried. And there's all the smoke. Oh my god. Tell you what, the sim did not like that.
1 kilo descent to 4,000 feet over Morix. You're clear for the RMP approach from 32.
Right. The sim did not like that at all. Oh well, he's proper stuffed that. Kos has now gone runway state black. Roll the trucks. And now he puts his gear down. Too late for that. Oh. I tried, I was shouting it. Gear, 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 gear. Ah well.
Jet 8 Foxtrot, we establish runway 32. Tom Jet 8 Foxtrot, wind 280, the gates 1 to north, runway 32, you're clear to land.
The good news is he wasn't flying that on the Osprey 755. He wasn't flying that on New Sky, thankfully. Oh dear.
Wings 2 Tango Zulu, descent flight level 70.
Descent flight level 70, Wings 2 Tango Zulu.
And there are 77 Whiskey Bravo, descent
that's
flight
it.
level 80.
Sacked.
Level 80, enter 77.
We've had an absolute mare today, haven't we? Regs asking how to install the 787-8 into the sim. You need the 787-10 first, so you need MSFS Premium Deluxe. Then go to flightsim.to, search for Kuro 787 as it's written in the title for today's live stream as well, and you'll see it ping up as an option. Download their V2 and then run the .bat installer that's included. You've got to make sure you extract the folder first. It's a zip, so extract the zip and then go from there. There's one on final now. MSFS is weird with how it does lights, because I can see the light there, and then you zoom in a little bit, and then you can't see anything. Not the aircraft, nor the lights. I love how that aircraft that crashed almost caused my sim to crash to desktop from all of the smoke. I've never ever seen that before. Yeah, MPS Gaming, good point. In real life it's a two-pilot aircraft. One's always cross-checking the next. But on final, always just look at your display and confirm you've got landing gear down, 3 green and locked. Or words to that effect, or something similar. So always look at your gear, make sure you've got it showing green and locked, or down and locked, whatever it is that it's displaying. So always double check. Make sure you got your flaps set correctly and your speed brake arms as required. Delta Tango, next time please request phone. Was that you?
Advance Kilo Oscar, descent 4000 feet.
4003 Kilo Oscar.
Maris says he's going to go in plane spot as well in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but we'll land the aircraft, then go in replay mode and drone. It's something that we don't really kind of, well, we always try to do on the channel. Every time we stream, we try and watch everybody land as well, because you guys are taking the time to fly along, and it's enjoyable watching you all make some wicked landings. Some of them not so wicked, but always good fun. Fair enough. Working hard, Delta Tango. Another Dreamliner. Crikey. Tourist season in Kos is kicking off big time. Exactly, Delta Tango, you never know what you're going to watch. We never really know what we're going to see, do we?
Advance Kilo Oscar, direct Morix.
Direct Morix for Kilo Oscar.
Gears down, thank goodness.
Advance Kilo Oscar, exit the hold.
Exit the hold for Kilo Oscar.
Marius, no, you need to manually set model matching for that livery. It's the only way. You have to manually script something for it.
One on Morix, hold over there.
Here we go.
With left turn.
Another big bird.
Easy 1822, repeat.
The livery on this TUI is great, isn't it? Oh, okay.
Easy 1822, can you
There's definitely some weird scenery thing with VATSIM today.
Easy 1822, sir, yes, proceed direct to Morix and hold over there as published with left turn.
Easy 1822,
yes, Marius. And then you have to have a model matching code put into the VATSIM for it, so that it can see, it can work out what specific call sign your friend uses and what livery to display for it.
You're clear for the visual approach from 32. Report when on short fine.
Central traffic pattern analysis clear, visual around 32 will report short fine and 3 kilometers.
It's annoying these trees are here, it's actually ridiculous. It winds me up that for a pay-where scenery they haven't taken the time to just remove them. Because realistically you're at this altitude and you're literally in the trees.
Under 77 Whiskey Bravo descent to flight level 70, hold on.
Not really expectable, not really reasonable, is it, from a big development house like Gaya? Absolutely, Ian. Andrew, hello.
Welcome to Kos
on final still. Bit too far for the sim to render it into the screen though.
Thank you. SBA 91 Kilo, wind 20 degrees moment knots, around with 32, your clear plan.
Clear plan, runway 22, SBA 91 Kilo.
About 666, descent to flight level 80.
Descent 80, lot 666.
Easy 1822, the problem with the female for some reason doesn't give me to hold over waypoints. Can you please give me a heading?
Easy 1822, sir, you were instructed to hold over Morix, if I'm not mistaken, so proceed direct to Morix, and the Morix has a waypoint, and hold over there as published with the left turn.
Here we go. How many more flying in our group? Because I know there's a few others now starting to appear as well from elsewhere.
Enter 77 Whiskey Bravo at level 70.
Thank you very much, sir.
ASL 91 Kilo. Oh no, I think that was it. That was in Human Reactions that we've just watched. Tomjet 8 Foxtrot, nice landing. I think that's all of us, so we'll watch this last touchdown. Because others are kind of flying into the area.
Send 4000, showing 2 Tango Zulu.
By the looks of it, to enjoy the ATC.
Wing 2 Tango Zulu over Morix. You're clear for the RMP approach, runway 32. Report when on short final.
Over Morix, cleared ILS, correction, cleared RNP runway 32, and call you when on final.
ASL's Air Serbia, I believe.
Load 666, proceed right 10.
Definitely need that tree removal mod. Or, actually, here's a better idea. Gaya Simulations just
right
update the scenery.
Morix, direct descent 7000, not 6.
No idea if the touchdown was any good. It probably was. It's hard to tell with the scenery, isn't it? There we go. Pan it around. Hope you guys have enjoyed today's live stream. There she is, the Kuro version 2 787-8 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really worth having a go. If you've got Premium Deluxe and therefore you can download this for free and enjoy it as an extra aircraft in your arsenal of aeroplanes in the hangar, I can highly recommend it. It's good fun, really good fun. This is now ready to be flown with the scheduled service on New Sky, Osprey Airways back to London Gatwick for those of you looking to fly at some point this evening perhaps, or even tomorrow. And we've got 3 of them in the Route network and Osprey as well. Thanks to Wesley for dropping a couple of super chats, and all of our channel members, gold, silver and bronze, all of our new subscribers to the channel, and big boy Chewy as well for tuning in and saying hello for our live stream today as well, and a little unexpected appearance from Chewy himself. Thanks for flying along. Big thank you to our ATC at Gatwick and across Europe into Kos today. I'm going to be replacing my PSU tomorrow, so I know we were talking about doing a stream the other day for tomorrow. Unfortunately, we're going to have to push that back some other time because my PSU is genuinely shorting out. We'll talk about it on Discord, but I'll be tempted, if you guys want to see it, I'll be tempted to put it on as a YouTube short or on my Instagram reel or something like that, so you can see what's actually happening to my Corsair HX1200. But if you are going to be purchasing a new computer or perhaps a new PSU, do not buy a Corsair. This one is an absolute mess, and it's only 3 months old. But anyway, thank you to everyone who's hit the like button. Enjoy what's left of the evening. Got to do a bit of dog care now and get the dinner on. Hope you've enjoyed today's live stream, and I'll see you very soon. Take care. Thanks for watching.
Hold over Morix and descend to 4000 to 6.